good. I thought you wasn't coming to.
I was not come. I was in there.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Did you hear him?
What? And he was what?
He was devastated.
He was devastated.
Right. I got my password.
You know what? You know what concept that is? I'm gonna blast. You know what? I'm gonna testify why I'm
They don't want to go to believe me.
Thank you.
See, we are saving this. We're saving close to $3 to $5 million by creating the sewer utility. What is the money? Another $3 million from the sale. But I'm gonna justify. Why am I voting?
I love when he's in these attitudes.
No, but he gave me a phone. He came after me as well, man.
Good evening, council members. I'd like to call the meeting to order. You please have a seat. Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk. No, no, I need-
What's going on?
I'll give it to you in a few. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the regular meeting of the Municipal Council. The meeting of the City Council will now be called to order. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call for Municipal Council regular meeting February 11, 2020 at 7 p.m. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Here.
Councilwoman Khan. Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Present.
Councilman McCoy. Councilman Mims. Councilman Rivera.
Here.
Councilman Velez.
Present.
Madam President.
Present.
Present. No voice.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
Yes, I'm going to
Mr.
continue.
BA, Corporation Counsel, where's Mr. B? Where is our officer that should be here? Anyone answer?
Where's the police officer? Phyllis is going to call the front desk to see what happens.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Continue?
Yes, Madam
Yes.
Clerk.
Madam President and honorable council members, this evening we have with us to render the prayer will be Pastor Janelle York from the Friendship Baptist Church, and also to lead us in the flag salute will be the Passaic County African American 100 plus women and Elks Lodge 333. Everyone, please rise for the prayer.
Please rise.
Let us pray. Dear Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for bringing us through this day to this appointed time. Now, God, we ask for your spirit in this place. We ask for your wisdom and your compassion. We pray now, God, that as we strategically come together for the good of Paterson and those that live here, that you would give us wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to make the proper choices for everybody involved. We thank you and we give you glory, honor, and praise, oh God. We thank you because you are still in control. We thank you because you still bring order where there is order. Release a spirit of unity in this place is our prayer tonight. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you very much. Before you have a seat, I'd like to have a moment of silence. Before you sit, we'd like to have a moment of silence for all our troops and anyone who has lost a loved one. Thank you. You may have a seat. Madam Clerk, do you have a quick presentation? Read the statement of compliance. Okay. So, Madam Clerk, can you please read the statement of compliance? Councilman Abdulaziz, after the statement of compliance, we'll do the presentation.
Yes, Madam President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2019 to 2020, meeting date February 11, 2020, time 7 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2019 to 2020 on or about July 1, 2019. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2019 to 2020 was duly transmitted on or about July 1st, 2019 to the North Jersey Herald News, The Record, The Arabic Voice, The Italian Voice, Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, Cascader International, El Especial, The Paterson Press, The City Post News, Tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2019 to 2020 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2019 to 2020 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. 5, a copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the municipal council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Madam President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Council President. Before we start this meeting, I think it's truly important to honor one of our own, a 6th Ward resident that makes Paterson proud. I have a resolution that this council passed in November, and we just want to get Carmelo here. Mr. Giuliano was inducted into the New Jersey Soccer Hall of Fame. So let that sink in. The entire state. When you think about all the Hall of Fames, you know, we always hear about the Paterson Hall of Fame, Passaic County Hall of Fame, School Hall of Fame. Mr. Giuliano, and I always call him Mr. Giuliano, was inducted to the New Jersey Soccer Hall of Fame. And, you know, he has great pride in his Italian roots, coming here from Italy. In 1974, he started training and coaching soccer and refereed soccer on the highest levels. But one thing Mr. Giuliano does not forget is Paterson, New Jersey. Every time I spoke to him, and he tells me about all the national players, international players, New Jersey State players, he always represents our great city of Paterson. It is a truly honor to recognize him today, to be his councilman, but more importantly, to be his friend. And I would like the council to give a round of applause, and everyone at home take this time to really honor, give a round of applause for someone that represents Paterson, not only throughout the state of New Jersey, but throughout the country, Mr. Carmelo Giuliano. We're going to go over there. That way.
Mr. Giuliano. We'll have him speak here and then.
Mr. Giuliano, this resolution was passed by the entire City Council, and we're proud to present it to you today. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I'm very humbled to be recognized from this great city of Paterson, the mayor, and my friend Oliver, the president, they present the resolution. And I'm very honored to receive this award, and I thank to all council people, and God bless you to all city of Paterson, the Patersonians, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carmelo. We're going to take a picture. The best espresso in the city of Paterson, too. Just
Let's go this way. Let's go. Easy.
Oh, yeah. Very good. Council members? Okay. Yes.
Bye, I'll see you.
Okay.
I'll see you. We'll talk.
Okay, council members. Council members, I'd really like to continue with the meeting. Okay. I'd like to take payment of bills.
It's coming up.
Payment of bills for February 11, 2020. We have total payments equaling $10,024,095.03, of which $4,432,268.96 are for payroll.
So I have a motion for payment of bills by Councilman
Second.
Rivera, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, for payment of bills.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call for payment of bills in the amount of $10,024,095.03. Councilman Abdelaziz? Councilwoman Cotton? Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes, Madam Clerk. I don't know if I could hear myself. Hello?
I can hear.
Does it work?
I don't know. Testing one,
Do
two.
you have it on?
It's on.
I can hear you.
Who's responsible for that, sir?
Councilman,
Give him a nice
can you try to
gift.
turn it on?
Yeah, it's on. I don't.
Shut up.
Mr. Bean, can you listen to me up there? It's on. It's on. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
I think you was done first.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Payment of bills is hereby adopted.
I think, Council
Thank you,
President.
Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, I'd like second reading ordinances. Item number 1.
Yes, Madam President. Next item on the agenda is our second reading ordinance is item number 1. Public hearing is required. An ordinance amending Paterson Code, Chapter 3, Council, Section 5-20, Rules of Procedure Governing Conduct of Council Meetings, Law, sponsored by Council President Maritza Davila, ordinance number 20006.
Move.
Second.
The public hearing is now open on item number 1.
Moved by Council Davila, second by Council.
See no one, move to close.
Move to close by Councilman Kalik, second by Councilman Abdelaziz. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 1 for second reading.
Testing.
Roll call to close the public hearing, item number 1. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
No.
Closing the public hearing.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Yeah, I did.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Say yes.
Closing the public hearing.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. The public hearing is hereby closed on item
Thank you.
number 1.
Madam Clerk, roll call on item number 1 for approval on second reading.
Roll call on item number 1 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
No.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
It is the people's chambers, and the people should be allowed to voice their opinion. My vote is no.
Councilman Rivera,
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
I don't know if my microphone is working, but please
You want to use it?
use the.
Here, use mine. By the way, good job. If this was I don't think the BA did this, but it would have been good. His last meeting to turn his mic off, it would have been great.
Stop.
No, that's why not working. Councilman Rivera.
Go ahead.
Whoever is responsible, give him a raise.
Perfect.
Thank you. You know, no matter the microphone is not on and off, whatever, but I believe my voice heard no matter what. You know, this is the people's chamber, and I respect everybody's statements, and we are allowing people to come to the chamber and express themselves and exercise the freedom of speech. But there's a point that we have to put order in our chambers. This is the people house, this is the government house, and this is our house. So we need to send a message out there that whoever comes to this council needs to respect this side the same way that we respect the people that comes to that microphone. So I believe we're not shutting them down. We just put in order in our meetings to make sure that everybody have the fair chance to express themselves when they come to that podium. So saying that, I believe this order has to come to place. We need to put order in every aspect of government, because not only people watching 77, other people also read from us and watch us around the world. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
So, I think Councilman Velez somewhat summed it up, but this is all I am going to say. This ordinance has been in place for years. There is an amendment to it. There is an addition. We must continue to have order and conduct, so we're able to conduct business in an orderly fashion. We have never stated that we want to shun the community. This ordinance that has been in place for over 40 years, at any point does it say that you are not able to speak. Everyone has their 3 minutes, and it is up to the presiding officer, which would be the council president, who runs the meeting, to, at their discretion, give you an extended time if needed. So that's already in our books. But once again, this is about continuing to keep order. And Madam Clerk, happily I vote yes.
Thank you. The vote is 5 in favor, 2 against, 2 absent. Item number 1 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Council President.
Thank you very much. Councilman Velez?
Now they turn off. Hello. This ordinance take effect immediately or has a 25 or 29 days?
20.
It's an amendment, so,
20.
okay, 20 days.
20 days?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilman. Madam Clerk, we'll continue with item number 2, please.
Yes, Madam President. Next item is item number 2 for second reading. Public hearing is required in this ordinance. An ordinance approving a modification to the traffic control signal at the intersection of Madison Avenue and Getty Avenue. Department of Public Works, Ordinance 20007.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Abdelaziz, second by Councilman Velez. The public hearing is now open on item number 2.
Seeing none, move to close.
Moved to close by Councilman Abdelaziz, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 2.
Yes. Roll call to close the public hearing for item number 2. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera? Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Public hearing is hereby closed for item number 2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Roll call on item number 2 on second reading for approval.
Yes, roll call on item number 2 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz?
This intersection is is the welcoming point into the 6th Ward, South Paterson. If you're coming in from Route 80 or coming from the hospital, it's going to help improve the flow of traffic. Sometimes it gets backed up when people are trying to make left-hand turns. I like to commend the county for pushing this through, because it is a county road, and I'm glad to see it pass through with the support of my council colleagues and the residents that have brought this to my attention. It's been a long process, but hopefully, within 25 days with this passing, we'll get some better traffic patterns in that Madison and Getty Ave area. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. You said yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 2 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Madam Clerk, we'll do the first reading ordinances.
Yes, next item on our agenda is our first reading ordinances. Item number 3, no public hearing is required on this ordinance. Item number 3 reads, an ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads, Department of Public Works, 122 Warren Street, 95 East 17th Street, 328 East 21st Street, 1019 East 23rd Street, 1051 East 23rd Street, 455 East 27th Street, 447 East 27th Street, 229 East 31st Street, 452 East 32nd Street, 470 East 37th Street, 467 East 40th Street, and 46 17th Avenue. May I have a motion?
So move.
Do I have a second? Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call on item number 3 for first reading.
Yes. Roll call on item number 3 for first reading. Councilman Abdelaziz? Yes. Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mims? Yes. Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes, sorry. Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 3 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting, February 25th, 2020 at 7 p.m.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Item number 4.
Next item is item number 4 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance repealing establishment of handicap parking spaces at various locations. 123 Buffalo Avenue, 131 Buffalo Avenue, 199 Marion Street, and 85 Rosa Parks Boulevard, Department of Public Works.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez.
Second.
Second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 4 for first reading.
Roll call on item number 4 for first reading. Councilman Abdelaziz? Yes. Councilwoman Cotton?
Repealing handicap.
Repealing establishment of handicap on various spaces.
Okay, yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 4 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting, February 25th, 2020 at 7 p.m.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 5.
Next item is item number 5 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing all-way stop control at the intersection of Crosby Avenue and Sherwood Avenue, Department of Public Works.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Kalik, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 5 for first reading.
Roll call on item number 5 for first reading. Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 5 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting of February 25th, 2020 at 7 p.m.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Item number 6.
Next item is item number 6 for first reading. No public hearing is required. Item number 6 reads, an ordinance repealing establishment of handicap parking spaces at various locations, 18 Elk Street, 22 Emerson Avenue, 424 Edmund Ave, 140 Albion Avenue, 26 3rd Avenue, 76 8th Ave, 306th Avenue, and 399 East 30th Street, Department of Public Works.
Move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 6.
Roll call on item number 6 for first reading. Councilwoman Khan. Councilwoman Khan.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Number 6. Yes, repealing handicapped parking spaces at various locations. Yes. Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 6 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting, February 25th, 2020 at 7 p.m.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, item number 7.
Next item is item number 7 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads. 20 Barnett Place, 347 Chamberlain Ave, 12 Delaware Avenue, 190 Edmond Ave, 233 Edmond Ave, 257 Florida Avenue, 20 Louis Street, 144 Liberty Street, 233 Liberty Street, 219 Mill Street, 28 Oak Street, 72 Rosa Parks Boulevard on Franklin Street side, 153 Sheridan Ave, and 18 Thomas Street, Department of Public Works.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, no. Second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 7 for first reading approval.
Roll call for item number 7 for first reading. Councilwoman Khan? Yes. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 7 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting, February 25th, 2020, at 7 p.m.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, at this time, I'd like to take the consent agenda, items 13 through 41.
Yes. Our next item on the agenda, items on the agenda is our consent agenda items. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed on the consent agenda are numbers 13 through 41. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Kalik and Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman, just a question before you move forward with this. If you could,
Councilman Velez?
I don't know, I wasn't here for the workshop, but there's an item number 16. If it's a yes or no, then we move forward. Item number 16 for demolition agreement on no Harlem to the fire department that they're going to be training in the site. I just want to know if they are using the new equipment that we inquired.
Yes.
They are using the new equipment? Okay. Now, my question goes, are we getting refunded back for the use of that equipment? Because it's my understanding that when this project was approved and granted the contract for demolition, it was a demolition part of it that include demolition equipment and everything. Now the company, the demolition company that's using the site is going to be using our equipment. So we want to know if we're going to get reimbursed for the use of that equipment. Hold on.
It's my understanding it's the training is going to be done.
With our equipment.
No, with their equipment too.
No, she said that our equipment is going to be used there. That's why I asked corporate counsel. This is why. If they got already granted a award contract, includes demolition with their equipment, the company equipment, now they're going to use the city of Paterson demolition equipment to train our employee with our equipment. How many buildings they're going to knock down? I went down there, and there's quite more buildings in there, and it's going to be a lot of buildings left forward. So how many buildings they're going to knock down? How many buildings they're going to train? They don't want to come back and say, okay, we did a whole of demolition at expense of the city equipment and the employees from the city of Paterson.
Yeah, they gotta bring their own.
Okay, so Councilman, so do you want to move forward? Or, because I mean, they answered your question. You said it was a yes or no, so, no, I just want to know, so I either pull it, so we
Yeah,
can
you just
continue.
pull it for discussion then. Yeah, pull it for discussion, then we could vote on separate.
There's only a couple buildings left. Everything is almost gone. I live 5 houses from there. There's nothing
So,
pretty much
Alan,
left.
this is why I'm saying this. The mayor did a statement in a public forum, and he said that the equipment was being used since day one in demolishing that place. Now we come now that we are doing an agreement, hold down harmless the city of Paterson or the company, and now what telling me that the city did not demolish all the buildings and they're not using the employee, they're not using the equipment, they're not using this. Who's getting
Well, let
to
me
be here?
explain. I think, Councilman, you're mixing up a few things here. So the company that's doing the demolition of the building asked us if they wanted to allow us to help train the people on the new equipment that we just purchased. And so Brian McDermott and Billy said this is a great opportunity for our people to get trained on the new equipment. And in order for that to happen, the company that was contracted to do the demolition needed a hold harmless agreement, which basically said, okay, Paterson, if someone working on the site gets hurt, it's not our responsibility. It's the city's responsibility. So I don't think that there's any opportunity to get a credit for anything at this point. This is for the experience of the people that we have to train them so that if there is a demolition necessary on some other property, our people have the skill to do that.
I understand about the agreement, harmless, and all that stuff. My question is clear. If I use 10 employees and 5 equipment from the city of Paterson, it's 5 equipment and 10 employees they're not going to be using to demolish that place.
It is
So and somehow, even if they get into train, they're using our employees and they're using our equipment to demolish the place. That's what you told me.
But
So,
Councilman,
The answer to your question is there's no reimbursement.
Okay.
So you don't want to vote, I'm sorry, Mr. B. So you'd like us to pull that from the consent agenda?
We're not getting reimbursement, but I think if they got awarded a contract to demolish with their equipment, with their employees, now we're gonna add
No,
to
but
their
Councilman,
demolition.
this is a way also, because then we have to go out to train our men and women. So this is just a way, exactly, and pay for it. Right now, we don't have to pay for it.
Okay, all right.
I just want to know, can we proceed with items 13
Go
to
ahead,
41, which
go
you
ahead.
moved? Okay, and it was second by Councilman Kalik and Councilwoman Cotton. Move forward?
Go ahead.
Okay, roll call, Madam Clerk, on items 13 to
So
40.
we're keeping 16, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
On the consent agenda.
sure. Roll call on items 13 through 41 on the consent agenda. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Before I vote, I made a request a few times when my name is listed on the agenda item that my name is listed as Councilwoman Dr. Lisa Mims. The request has not yet been granted, so tonight I'm putting it on record that this entire agenda, wherever my name is listed, that doctor is listed in front of my name. And then once those things are done, my vote is yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Items 13 through 41, the consent agenda is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, actually, Corporation Council, so we have 8, 9, 10, and 11, which all have public hearings. Can we open up the public hearing for all of them, or each one? Okay. So, Madam Clerk, item number 8.
Sorry, yes, Madam President. Did you want me to read?
Yeah, item number 8.
Next item is item number 8, public hearing is required on this resolution, and this resolution reads, resolution authorizing the release of deed restrictions imposed by the city against 159 Putnam Street, Block 2922, Lot 23, Economic Development, Resolution 20062.
Have a motion?
So move.
Moved by Councilman Kalik. Second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Cotton. Are you okay, Councilwoman? Okay. No, I didn't hear you. Okay, the public hearing is now open on item number 8.
Seeing none, move to close.
Seeing none,
Second.
move to close by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 8 to close the public hearing.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public hearing, item number 8. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mims? Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes, let the record reflect that Councilman Velez is recusing himself from item number 8.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. The public hearing is hereby closed on item number 8.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, roll call on item number 8 for
Yes.
approval.
Roll call on item number 8 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mims? Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Let the record reflect that Councilman Velez had recused himself from item number 8. Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 2 absent, and let the record reflect that Councilman Velez recused himself from item number 8. Therefore, item number 8 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Item number 9.
Next item is item number 9. Public hearing is required. Resolution authorizing the release of deed restrictions imposed by the city against 204-206 Graham Avenue, Block 3501, Lot 19, Economic Development, Resolution 20063.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Kalik.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, actually, no, the public hearing is now open on item number 9.
Seeing none, move to close.
Second.
Moved to close by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Kalik. Madam Clerk,
Councilman Cotton.
did I say, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking your way.
Councilman?
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilman Kalik.
Roll call.
Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing
Yes, roll
on
call.
item number
9.
9.
Yes. Roll call to close the public hearing, item number 9. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mims? Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Public hearing is hereby closed for item number 9.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Roll call on item number 9 for approval.
Roll call on item number 9 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mims? Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 9 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, item number 10.
Next item is item number 10. Public hearing is required and resolution authorizing the release of deed restrictions imposed by the city against 45 12th Avenue, Economic Development, Resolution 20064. Motion?
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilwoman Mims. The public hearing is now open on item number 10. Sienna moved to close by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 10.
Yes. Roll call to close the public hearing for item number 10. Councilman Abdelaziz? Yes. Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mims? Yes. Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Public hearing is hereby closed on item number 10.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, roll call on item number 10 for approval.
Yes. Roll call on item number 10 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz? Yes. Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 10 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, item number 11.
Next item is item number 11, and this item requires a public hearing. Resolution ratifying and adopting the 2020 budget of the Bunker Hill Special Improvement District. Finance, Resolution 20065.
Moved by Councilwoman
Second.
Cotton, second by Councilwoman Mims. The public hearing is now open on item number 11.
See none. Second.
Moved to close by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilman Abdelaziz. Madam Clerk, roll call on item number 11.
Yes, roll call on item number 11 to close the public hearing. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilman Khan? Yes. Councilman Jackson? Yes. Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Public hearing. Item number 11 is hereby closed.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Roll call for approval on item number 11.
Roll call on item number 11 for approval on the budget. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson? 11. Did you say yes? Yes. Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 11 is hereby adopted.
Okay, very well, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, on the non-consent agenda, item number 42.
Next item is item number 42. Item number 42 reads, Resolution authorizing a memorandum of understanding by and between Paterson City Council and the Friends of Paterson Park, Inc. Administration, Resolution 20096.
Move it.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 42 for approval.
Yes. Roll call on item number 42 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
It's really exciting. As you know, the parks is something that I've been pushing since I've come to the council, making a request for an assessment or master parks plan for all of the parks. We were able to get a grant to go to Chattanooga, Tennessee, and Council President made a recommendation that we would open a Friends of Paterson Parks, which we're doing. I'm really excited that we're getting money from our movies and different entities. We're moving philanthropically to get more monies to enable us to provide more recreational opportunities for our youth, for our seniors, and for this city. So this is an amazing time for our city. This is an amazing item on the agenda. My vote is yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Madam President?
I'm in agreement, Councilwoman Mims. This was a long time awaiting to come, and it's here. And, I want to, commend our commissioner, Ms. Karen Agosto. I know you're part of Friends of Paterson Parks, which was created exactly for that, to make sure that we are able to bring more monies into the city of Paterson. And I'm happy that this commission has agreed to partner up, and that's what this is about, this MOU. So, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes on item number 42.
Thank you. The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 42 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, item number 43. on the
Madam
non-consent.
President, we have a request to remove item number
that's right.
43 from the agenda. So item number 43, for the record, will be taken off.
Okay, very well.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, item number 44.
Yes. Next item is item number 44, resolution authorizing a grant application to the LEAP implementation grant by the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs, Division of Local Government Services. Administration, Resolution 20098.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call on item number 44 for approval.
Yes. Roll call on item number 44, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 44 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, item number 45.
Next item is item number 45, resolution authorizing a grant application to the LEAP Challenge Grant administered by the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs, Division of Local Government Services, Administration, Resolution 20099.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 45 for approval.
Yes. Roll call on item number 45 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Khan. Yes. Councilman Jackson.
Pass.
Councilman Mims.
I just want to say, I didn't say it on the last one, but it could be for both. I just want to say it's a perfect opportunity when we're able to do shared services and to provide opportunities where we can work more efficiently and be able to be more effective in the work that we get done in the community. So I'm really happy to vote yes on this tonight because it's a grant and we don't have to pay it back. My vote is yes.
Councilman Rivera.
My vote is yes. I don't mean to go back to the previous one. Barge, was a certification of funds provided for this one?
It's 400.
For the previous vote? My vote is yes on this one.
Yes, I do have it. Thank you.
I think that requires a certification of funds, number 44. It's not accepting it? Let me see.
No, it's a grant application.
Oh, let me ask you the next question. Do we have those funds available? It requires matching funds. It doesn't say if it's in-kind or cash match. It seems like it's a cash match.
If it was a cash match, then
Do we have the funding in the
does
budget
it
to
say
support
that?
that?
I don't have the resolution here.
Yeah, the resolution, and I apologize for bringing that one back. I just want some clarification.
If there was a cash match, it would be attached as a certification. If it's an in-kind, it wouldn't be.
Well, you need to get some clarification because we need to know if that's supported by the budget. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, you could, finish, I guess, the roll call and we could continue the discussion.
Okay. So your vote is yes. Councilman Velez, are you ready for voting?
5.
45.
Yes.
Your vote is yes?
Yes.
Okay, I go back to Councilwoman Cotton. No, I'm sorry, Councilman Jackson, go back to you. Thank you.
Yes.
Madam President,
Yes.
the vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 45 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
Madam Clerk, item number 46 for approval.
Next item is item number 46, resolution honoring Reverend Alan Boyer on his retirement from Bethel AME Church, City Council, sponsored by Councilwoman Ruben Cotton, co-sponsored by the members of the Municipal Council, Resolution 2100.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilwoman Mims. Who was the other person? Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 46 for approval.
Roll call on item number 46, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I would just like to say that Reverend Boyer, which is a pastor of Bethel AME Church, is on a retire. When I first got elected, he was part of ceasefire of Paterson, which is one of the strongest ceasefire in the state of New Jersey, as far as working with the police department, and he's going to be retiring from the church, and I say it's an honor for me to have been able to work with him for the last 8 years of being on ceasefire and working with me with the MLK Park, because he is the pastor of the church where Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King spoke his last sermon, was at Bethel Church. Back then the name was Community Church of Love. So it's an honor for me to do this resolution for him for his retirement from Bethel AME Church. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
So as a fellow colleague of Pastor Boyer, as I serve as a pastor in this city, I had the wonderful opportunity of preaching one of the 7 last words in this historic church here in the city of Paterson, where Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Came and spoke a week before his assassination. So I wanted to give 7 last words to Reverend Boyer as he goes to retire. And those words are, you are one of the greatest. I love you, and my vote is yes on tonight.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Well, Reverend Alan Boyer is a good friend of mine, so I could say that he's retiring, but I just want to give him about probably 8 words. We have a good, affordable housing in Paterson. You could stay. You don't need to retire. Right? So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam President.
My vote is yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 46 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much,
That's what I'm
Madam
saying.
Clerk.
I heard.
Madam Clerk, item number 47
Yes,
for
sir.
approval.
Next item is item number 47, resolution honoring Seminary Baptist Church on their 60th anniversary. City Council, sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby Ann Cotton and Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims, and co-sponsored by members of the Municipal Council, Resolution 2101.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 47 for approval.
Roll call on item number 47 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Sponsoring this resolution is special to me because Seminary Baptist Church is celebrating its 60th anniversary. For churches, for us, that's a movement of itself. So, but also, Pastor Reverend Alfred Steele was also a councilman, and he also was an assemblyman. So, for me to, along with Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims, to be able to help this church celebrate 60 years of being in existence in the city of Paterson is truly an honor. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
So just to reiterate, this item does not have doctor on it. Please update that before it's memorialized. 60 years, I want to say I was a member of this church. I learned there were like 6 closing, right, Pastor York? 6 closing through the Baptist denomination. I'm a part of the history of this church. Pastor still licensed me into ministry. And so for this, in 60 years, I celebrate with the church. I will definitely be at the celebration. They are spiritual parents to me, him and his lovely wife, Lady Carolyn, and I'm more than excited to vote yes on this item on tonight.
Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 47 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Item number 48 for approval.
Next item is item number 48, resolution honoring San Francisco 49ers cornerback Juan Williams as a player in the Super Bowl 54. City Council, sponsored by Council President Marisa Davila and Councilwoman Ruby Ann Cotton, and co-sponsored by members of the Municipal Council, Resolution 2102.
Second.
One second, Councilwoman.
Okay.
1 second. Moved by Councilwoman Cotton and second by Councilman Velez.
Move second.
Velez and Councilwoman Mims.
Okay.
Corporation Council, if you can update, Councilwoman Cotton did say in our last meeting that she wanted to add as one of the sponsors, Councilwoman Mims. So if you can update that, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, very well, Madam Clerk, roll call for approval on item number 48.
Yes, roll call on item number 48 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
So everyone knows I'm
Oh, you're gonna talk?
yeah, I am. I'm a sports fan, and Mr. BA, real quick, and I want to put this on the record. I don't know if the mayor is planning anything, but when a kid from Paterson represents us on the biggest sports stage in the city, I think Kawan deserves a key to the city. We give it to Spielberg and them. This kid truly deserves a key to the city, and I hope the mayor, when he comes back, truly recognizes this individual. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Councilman Al. But we are already planning something very big for our Pattersonian Kawan Williams, as I'm so proud that we had so many people coming from our young people coming from the city of Paterson. You know, I think of Michael Adams, I think of Cruz, I think of those people that has made this city so proud to say, I'm from the city of Paterson. He has lived in the 4th Ward all his life. So it's an honor that we, with my council president, Marisa Davila, and my councilwoman, Dr. Lilisa Mims, to say that we want to recognize you, Kawan Williams, for appearing in the Super Bowl. He's probably, I believe, the 4th one in the city.
All
that-
from the 4th Ward.
They all was from the 4th Ward. That's amazing. That's right.
We know where the football players are at.
And then they have the nerve to talk about the 4th Ward, but you know, we have some outstanding.
Greatness lives in the fourth.
We have some great people coming out of the 4th Ward. So I've been in touch with his mom. She was very happy. The whole family was very happy. And I told her that the city of Paterson was so happy for her, and to make sure when you got down there to Miami, to make sure you give her one of those big Paterson hugs from all of us, that we were so proud of him that day. So, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Well, I'm sure I won't surprise many, but I have a slightly different perspective on this. My hat goes off and salutes this young man for his hard work, dedication, and acknowledging and supporting the fact that we want to acknowledge and support him now, but how much support did we render to this young man when he was going through the grind to get to the biggest stage in the world? See, we're quick to jump on the bandwagon, and that doesn't say anything about the council members that want to do this acknowledgement, because I think it's definitely noted. I'm talking about as a city, as a whole, we have many people who have come and done some phenomenal things. You know, Tim Thomas, one of the best people to ever lace up his basketball shoes in the city, and you know, their overall sentiment is they come back and they're not welcomed with open arms to do business with the city, to take part in doing certain things with the city. Mike Adams, he had to go out and have a venture, his first venture in Newark, where he was welcomed in Newark, and he was welcomed to break ground there and do some development there. We have people like Rory Sparrow through the years who have donated their time, money, and effort, and have never been welcomed to be a part of building the city, rebuilding the city. And what are we doing for our young people? And it speaks volumes that those who come out of possibly what can be considered as one of the forgotten areas in the community, those aspire to achieve the highest honors. So I'm happy that we are acknowledging this young person, but I'm sure he would agree, because he had to take his high school career outside of the city. He had to go someplace else and in order to pursue his his dreams and his career. And it's a bad message to send to our children that we have to go outside to achieve what we're looking to achieve. And we have yet to make sure that we embrace and pour back into our youth and our young people in this community in a way that is that's letting them know that this is what we're expecting from them. When we had teams that recently went down to Florida and was in jeopardy of not even being able to go, but we're looking to, anyway. I'll let it rest there. I'm extremely proud of this young man, and I appreciate Councilwoman Cotton, you for bringing forward this acknowledgement, but I think the city owes this young man and all of those who came before, and more importantly, those in the struggle today, those who are still on the street looking for an opportunity, begging for an opportunity. We owe them a lot more than what we're providing to them. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
What number are we voting?
48. Number 48.
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman McCoy? Number 48.
48.
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
And so first, let me thank Councilwoman Cotton. My mom was calling me every day. Make sure, because his mom was calling my mother. My mother used to be his mom's boss at North Jersey Developmental Center. And so when I saw that Councilwoman Cotton had moved it, I called her immediately and thanked her for doing it. But I've known Kawan for a very, very long time. Super excited, as I'm born and raised in the 4th Ward as well. Great things not only come out of Paterson, but they definitely come out of the 4th Ward. So I'm really excited. Even though they did not win the Super Bowl, Kawan will always be a winner in Paterson. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
See, we all share the same sentiment, but one thing I had to tell you, they have a good celebration, but please don't forget about J-Lo and Shakira coming into Paterson. That was a good performance.
Okay.
My vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 48 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Item number 49.
Next item is item number 49, resolution authorizing the award of contract to hire Gruel and Associates PA for the planning services for the 2019 NPP grant for the Department of Economic Development, Resolution 2103.
Do I have a motion?
So move.
Moved by Councilman
Second.
Velez. Second by Councilman Abdulaziz. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 49 for approval.
Roll call on item number 49, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman McCoy. 49.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Based on the data that we have before us, I see that there is only one person that's receiving the bid. There were no, was there anyone else that was the only person that applied? My vote is yes.
Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan. Madam President?
Yes.
Vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 49 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, item number 50.
Next item is item number 50, resolution authorizing the award of contract to Caravella Demolition, Inc. for the demolition of various properties for the Department of Economic Development, bid number 19.21, Economic Development, Resolution 2104.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 50. Discussion. Councilman Jackson, Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Velez. Councilman Jackson.
So, Council President, first, I would like you to entertain a motion to table this item for further investigation. You know, this is just yet another example of where, you know, the complaint that I've consistently made, where there's no real material documentation to show cause. 111 Belmont Avenue is definitely not in a condition to be demolished. You have two homes that's on the bottom of Heldon Avenue that just recently burned down, that's in much worse condition. And here we are looking to create a sweetheart deal, and the subcode official has yet to come before this council. I've noticed him through the Corporation Council and the BA multiple occasions to come forward and answer certain questions on why is this list being vetted as something that should be demolished. There's a lot of these properties that are in decent condition that should not be on this list.
Okay. Do I have a second for his motion to table?
Second.
Okay.
Discussion first.
Okay. I'm
have-
looking at.
We did have a discussion on the work.
I know, but he raised the discussion.
One second. Councilwoman Mims,
yeah.
and then Councilman
So,
Velez.
I just, the reason why I said discussion, because in our workshop, there were some requests that were made to look at the property, who owns it, if there are liens, a whole robust list of questions that we had. So that's why tonight I'm in total agreement with Councilman Jackson that I think it needs to be moved for workshop, because there's a lot of questions. There's properties on here that have solid structure formation. There are some that may not, that are definitely in question. But I think we should look at this list, and then the original list was 28 properties. It is now down to 13. So really want to know what happened to the properties that were originally on the list that was vetted through the council, why they're not here, what happened, what changed? Like, what was the variance that caused those properties not to be here versus these particular properties?
Okay, so actually, I'm actually, if you guys, I'm in total agreement. I'd like to definitely table this, and the reason for it is I did ask specific for item number 13, which I got called because the owner, it's in contract. So I don't know what it's doing on this list.
The Council President, just.
I don't really want to elongate the conversation. If we could table it and bring it back to our workshop.
The reason I say let's finish the
Councilman
discussion.
Velez.
The reason is to finish the discussion because there's some facts brought into place since the first list came out, and those questions was answered to me way back, and I keep on following those lists. And
But
I believe,
Councilman, just so you know, last week, we actually had a discussion because the list went down. Councilman Rivera actually had some questions pertaining to it. I actually reached out to the director. I specifically mentioned Marshall Street as one. And so at this time, I'd like for us not to have any more conversation. We'll bring it back to our workshop, and I think that that's where we can have the more thorough conversation. If you will allow me, so we can continue with the agenda.
Yes. Yes.
Okay?
It's a motion to table.
Okay. Madam
Yeah,
Clerk, I'd like to table item number 50.
You gotta
There's a
vote
motion
on
on the table, you just gotta vote on the motion to table.
Okay, motion to table by Councilman Jackson and second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to table item number 50.
Yes, may I have a date when we would like it to be tabled, or just indefinite?
Next workshop.
Next workshop, next week.
Okay, the next workshop is on the 18th. Normally, I made the announcement for the 25th because it doesn't take action. So I will put it for February 25th, which when we will take action, if that's okay. Roll call to table item number 50 to February 25th, 2020. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilman Khan? Yes. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me just be extremely clear. I think first and foremost, one of the things that I really want to make mention of is the manner in which the director of the UCC has chosen to deal with this council and deal with the city. He's come before this council before and made clear notions. It's blatantly said he is the authority. He's the one who makes the call. You know, be it as it may, he may be the one with the license, but there's still a criteria that's set before him that he must acknowledge to this council what is the criteria or the metrics in which he's measuring. We can't just randomly select which properties are being designated for demolition. We want to make sure that there's a clear, defined measuring points, whether it's structural integrity and how are these measurements being brought forward. We don't just want to see, I don't want to see a list. So I don't know if this is even going to be possible to make it to the next meeting, but Council President, can we please make sure that the gentleman is present for the discussion at the very least? My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Madam President, in order to, what's being requested is an investigation. In order to summons someone to appear, the Faulkner Act is very clear that the council can request reports which have been provided, if I'm not mistaken. So if the council would like someone to appear, then the council has procedural steps that must be taken in order for an investigation to occur. There must be a resolution, there must be a committee of the whole, there are a bunch of steps. So to just send a notice to have someone appear before this council is inadequate pursuant to the Faulkner Act. If there's a request to have someone to meet with someone, to meet with the BA, those requests would gladly happen. The BA can schedule a meeting, and all that can be done through the BA's office. However, again, if there's an investigation where you want testimony and you want someone to appear, there is a procedure.
Duly noted. So just for a point of clarity, Council President, never since I've watched or been at council meetings when there was a request for any employees, especially if they're testifying on behalf of or in favor to the administration, we've simply had them come to the podium. But if it is the request, because if you recall clearly, the last time it was presented, Corporation Counsel clearly said upon notice. She said, "Sir, send a notice." If she would like for me, or if it's the desire of the administration for it to be done in a different manner, I have no problem with following through with that as well. I'll send the necessary request through your office, Council President,
Okay.
and we'll do it
Council
that way.
President, just so that I'm clear, though, there must be an act of the body in order to proceed with an investigation. So it's not just a request. So if there are requests for reports, that can absolutely go through the office of the BA. If there's a request for the meeting with the BA and a certain employee or a certain department, that can go through the office of the BA. However, if there is a request for a party other than a director who the council has had to approve by advice and consent to come before this body, and that does not mean a division director, that's a department director. If there's a request for someone outside of that, there are also notice requirements. There must be a rice notice. There must be, again, an act of the body. So if that's what the council is going to do, after this vote is finished, the council can proceed and do that.
Okay, very well. Very well. Understood.
Council President, in light of that, notwithstanding, I do think that the question that we have before the administration warrants a response. The question simply, and I think the council is in its right to ask the question, what is the criteria? How is it determined that these properties are going to be demolished? And we should direct that to the director or whoever is appropriate from the administration to respond. If they need support and help, they should bring whomever they need to bring to help them answer the questions. So I support the councilman's request because I do think it would be helpful to the council and to the public to know the specific criteria and why these properties were chosen and why they're being demolished. As you indicated, there may be some technical issues with them. One is on the contract to be sold. As I said in the beginning, it would be rather interesting that we don't own the property, but we authorize the city to tear it down. And what liability does that incur to us when somebody's in the middle of selling something that it's no longer there? So I think it would be prudent to make the request to the director and allow them to answer and to bring whomever they think is necessary to explain or to answer the question that we have.
Very well. So let's proceed with the vote, okay, to table.
Yes, our next person is Councilman Kalik,
Yes.
Councilman McCoy,
Yes.
Councilman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Rivera,
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Before I vote, this is all the same property. Everybody's calling the police, DPW to board up because they're squatters, drug addicts inside those property. Nothing new. I see letter of the state. They don't go to demolish just because they want to demolish. They go to the state to ask for the funding and approval on it. This is a eyesore for the community. And if you look at those pictures, I don't think nobody want to have those property next to them. So my vote is no.
No on the table, Councilman?
No on the table.
Okay. Madam President?
Councilman, before I vote, Councilman Velez, just understand, it's not that we don't want them, but, we have to do our due diligence. And, I got a phone call from someone who said their house is in contract. So I can't proceed to go ahead and have an approval of a demolition of a property that we don't own that's being sold by the owner.
And I understand that, Council President, but the same person that's calling you or calling whom to say that the house is on contract, whatever, should submit those paper contract to the community development.
And they
will
reached
prove it
out. But anyway, we're not going to go there. We're going to move forward to table, and that's the reason. We got questions on some of the properties. So we'll move forward, and then we'll determine how many of those properties will move forward for demolition. My vote is yes, to table.
The
Council
vote is
President?
eight in favor, 1 against. Item number 50 is tabled until the next regular meeting, February 25th, 2020.
Thank you.
Council President.
Table. Councilman Rivera.
For the next discussion, I just want to make a request to the administration. March, could you provide a list of liens that we hold for all those properties?
Yes.
If we have any outstanding liens, city-held liens?
There's many city-held liens. Yes, there's a list.
No, I'm talking about for this list that we have here to be demolished.
To compare it to the city-held lien to see.
Yeah, I already requested the other list of liens. I'm talking about specifically for this one.
For this demolition
I
list.
want also the liens for this one. And council members, the reason for my question is because we have not held foreclosure proceedings for over 7 years. And it is a shame that now, on top of that, we're gonna incur other expenses. There's one property that we're gonna put in another $60,000 into. And it's, a lot of things just doesn't make sense to me.
Thank you very much,
you.
Councilman. And Councilman Jackson, Councilman McCoy, I am with you that we should proceed. All right, so Corporation Council, I know you've noted it, and we'll do the proper procedure to move forward with calling that meeting and calling whatever director.
I think it's very important, Council President, I'm sorry, Councilman, but, you know, the public deserves to have a clear understanding
I know, that's
on
why,
what
and
the
Councilman.
processes are.
And
But I just want to place it on record that I think it's extremely disheartening that the administration would push and rally to have a private closed-door session in the BA's office as opposed to allowing the public to have exposure to what these critical decisions are. These are life and death threatening situations. I mean, you know, these they have heavy implications on the public at large. You know, and again, I hate to go back here, but most of the people involved don't live in the city, so they don't have to be subjected to it.
Okay,
So
thank you
I
very
want to
much.
make sure that we press to have that conversation done.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Abdelaziz.
So, Council President, and I stay quiet on this issue, and I just want, for clarification, when you said you want to proceed with what Councilman Jackson and Councilman McCoy said, is that meaning you want to establish a committee of the whole? No, that's the Council President, when you said that, Council
No.
President. So that's not. So what you're asking is the request from the council members to the BA that will go to the director, and the director will give us the answers that the council has. Is that what you're talking about? Yes. To the
Correct.
council, correct. So
No,
that's
correct.
the process we've been following for everything. We get the email from the city clerk, we do it through the BA, the BA gives it to the department head, the department head goes to his employees and says, here's the questions, what's the criteria for demolition, what's this, our questions go through the BA to the department head. This is the process that's been followed. When you say
Councilman,
move
but there's
forward.
still questions.
Because Councilman Jackson,
I'm one.
no, because Councilman Jackson's asking for a different thing, an establishment of the committee of the whole to subpoena an employee to come here and answer our questions. If that's the case, I don't support that for regular inquiries that we may have for most of the departments. So I just want the record to reflect and to clarify, because I think Councilman McCoy agrees with what I'm saying. We have questions for that ordinance, for that resolution, goes to the BA, the director should give it to us, and not create, and the committee of the whole is a serious thing that happens. Very, not for basic inquiries of criteria or going over there. So I just want the council to understand, take deep thought when we, no reactionary reactions. That's all I gotta say. And I look forward to more discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, item number 51.
Yes, Madam President. Next item is item number 51, resolution authorizing the renewal of a contract with Interflex Payments LLC, Ameriflex, for Section 125 Healthcare and Dependent Care Flexible Spending Account, Administrative Services for the City of Paterson, RFP number 2015-8.1, Finance Resolution 2105.
Have a motion?
Is that the dental care?
Do I have a motion on item number 51?
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Abdelaziz.
I don't know how she just.
Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Cotton, and second by,
Right.
oh God, and Councilman Abdelaziz, second by Councilman Abdelaziz. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 51.
Yes. Roll call on item number 51 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Councilman McCoy? Yes. Councilman Mims?
I don't want to talk long because Councilman Velez will follow me, so my vote is yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes, Rucker.
Madam President?
Yes.
Vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 51 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 53.
Next item is item number 53, resolution authorizing a contract extension with Elevator Maintenance Corporation for elevator maintenance and repair services, bid number 17.21, for a period of up to 90 days for the Department of Public Works, Resolution 2107.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims.
Dr. Councilwoman.
Dr. Councilwoman Mims.
Let's get it right.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 53 for approval.
Roll call on item number 53, Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
There was somebody who wanted to know something about these elevators. 'Cause there was something, and I just needed to know, is this the same elevator that's, the same company that's putting in the other elevator? Are they the same people? Mr. BA.
I'm not sure. Director Rodriguez, are you here? You can answer any questions about the elevator. I don't know if it's the same company or not.
Is it yes or no?
And this
Same
contract, Mr. Director, is for just the maintenance of the
Yes.
elevator. It's 6,000.
I don't have the ordinance.
I'm saying that's all I see on here, $6,480. Oh, that's only for 90 days. Okay, right. All right. Do you know when the other elevator's gonna get fixed? Out
This-
there.
We had a meeting with the elevator company Wednesday or Thursday of last week. We reached out to the state. There's some, they said we had some restrictions against us, so we're just waiting to hear back from the state to see what those are. We still haven't heard back yet.
Because we have bonded the money for that one to be fixed too.
Yes.
You understand, right?
That one, it works, it's just that we can't use it because of the state doesn't let us use it right now.
Oh, well, that's okay. I need to ask that. To see what's
It's
going
fully
on.
functional, it's just the state doesn't let us use it.
The one that got the no service sign?
Yes.
All right. I'll talk to him later, but my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman McCoy?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
The question was why the state don't allow us to use it. That's okay. But my vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 53 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, item number 54.
Next item is item number 54, resolution authorizing change order number 1 for construction administration services for the combined sewer overflow solids and floatables control facilities for Outfall 029, located at Block 3708, Lot 5, RFP number 2015-27 for the Engineering Division, Department of Public Works, Resolution 2108.
So move.
Moved by Councilman McCoy, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 54.
Roll call on item number 54 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz? Yes. Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
I won't labor this very long, Madam Clerk, one moment, but this is exactly what I'm talking about. You know, we have a $5 million allotment that was made for this job. It was mistakes made by the professionals who we hired. All licensed, all insured, all completely certified. Then we have a change order for $2+ million for a simple change that really cost the contractor no money to erect. And now there's an additional change order just for the person who was hired to oversee the job. And this is what I'm talking about. We have professionals who fall short on doing their job for the community, and we want to brush over it. So I'll take this moment just for a quick acknowledgement that, yes, my request will be for the Committee of the Whole to have those individuals on these various items come before the council. Former Mayor Jeff Jones took a check for $17,000, and he had committees of the whole all over his neck. This right here is a $2+ million change order. Young people died because someone was irresponsible, and we want to overlook it extremely quick. This is not being responsible to the public. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez? Councilman Khalid? No, Councilman, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid? Councilman McCoy? Number 54.
Before I vote, Madam Clerk, there's a passage of scripture that says, all things are lawful, not everything is expedient. I'm going to leave that alone for the time being, and recognize that the change order associated with this resolution has been well documented, have been gone over by the department, the city engineer, a memorandum of explanation, and a detailed accounting of all of the activities and expenses associated with the change have been presented to this council and to the public DPW committee in particular. And whereas we lament the fact that we are having significant change orders, and they are. We also have to acknowledge that we had significant problems at this location, and yes, in my unprofessional opinion, some of it was due to a laxity on the part of the folks that did the original survey and did not identify the underground structures that were there, but nonetheless, they were there. They created a lot of technical challenges that had to be overcome, and we had to redesign and rework the chamber, and that project took a number of years longer than we had anticipated. So we were involved. Many people know Memorial Drive across from Wendy's, how long that lane has been closed off, how long that work has been done. And so while we do not jump up and down and be happy with the fact that it's costing us more, the charges are appropriate for the work that was done. The charges are properly documented and accounted for. And without this work being done, we wouldn't be able to progress forward in overcoming the necessary work that needed to be done at this site. So I support the resolution. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
Before I vote, I just would like, and I know our engineer is here with our DPW director, I think, Council President, and to our administration, I think it would be prudent for us as a council and working with our engineer and our DPW department that we do possibly quarterly overviews of every project that we have throughout the city. Because what's happening is, if we're not on top of the scope of the projects, whether it's time, resources, money allocations, we're gonna always be faced with these type of issues because change orders are inevitable. But I think if we are proactive in the approach by having some quarterly meetings regarding every project that we have, where we are in the project, whether we're on scope, on budget, on time, all those things, I think it'll help us in situations like this. So just a recommendation to the administration, Council President. I think that will help us with these situations so we can identify concerns before. And just before I vote, this kind of goes along with, as a point of reference, on Broadway in front of the chicken store, where they did some work out there, and we had the cones and all that out there for a while. Now today I see that it's rectified, but there's another area on East 16th Street by the meat market that has the same concern. So just, you don't have to speak, I know you're ready, but just those are just points of references that are taking place, but in those concerns, just those type of overviews would be very prudent, not just for the administration and our DPW engineers, but as well as the council, so to keep us up to speed. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
We had a lengthy discussion about this at the last workshop where we had the actual contractor come up and speak and answer any questions. Also, the change order, as Councilman McCoy stated, was rectified by the engineer. So at this time, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
The only thing I want to rectify is not a $2 million change order, is $175,000 change order. So my vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 against.
No, wait a minute. No, go ahead, finish.
Oh, finished? The vote is 8 in favor, 1 against. Item number 54 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
Council President, I just need to
Councilwoman
say one
Cotton.
thing. I want to say to Fred, who is our engineer, and Councilwoman Mims brought it up because the big hole on Broadway by Summer Street, we've been working on that for 2 weeks. And first, I think that we probably have to do a better job, but once we realize who did that work, who did a crappy job, today I called you almost every day. Fred, they have not fixed that hole. Fred, they have not fixed that hole. Fred, they have not fixed that hole. Finally, today I came through there. And I say to people all the time, if you see something not right, you got to say something to someone, and I'll tell who the correct person to go see. But like I said, they patched it. It's really not good, but at least the cone is gone. So, and I want to say to you out there, if you see something, you have to say something to someone. And that's all I need to say. But I just want to say thank you, Fred, because every time I call you, you do your darndest to make sure that, when I see sinkholes, I got about 2 pages of sinkholes already that I need to forward to you. But I just want to thank you, Fred, for that. Madam Clerk, thank you. Council President.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, item number 55.
Yes, ma'am. Next item is item number 55, resolution authorizing the award of contract to Athletic Fields of America for the purchase, delivery, and installation of a synthetic turf field at Brandeis Park, contract number 060518-S.
So move.
Under Sourcewell, formerly National Joint Power Alliance, Department of Public Works, Resolution 2109.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, for item number 55 for approval.
Roll call on item number 55 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz. Yes. Councilwoman Cotton.
Madam Clerk, I just want to say to the councilman at the end down there, did you get all the answers you needed to get, Councilman Rivera? You asked a lot of questions last week about this Brandy Fields.
He got the email.
Yes.
You got everything you needed?
Yes.
Okay. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman McCoy.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
We're hitting the ball out the park again with parks, so my vote is yes.
Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Are you satisfied with your answers? My vote is yes.
Madam President.
My vote is yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 55 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, item number 56, Councilman Jackson.
Next
Number 56.
Next item is item number 56, resolution authorizing the solicitation of bids for the sewer main repairs and replacement, bid number 20.17, for the Division of Engineering of Department of Public Works, Resolution 2110.
Have a motion?
Move.
Who just said move?
Moved by Councilman Velez.
Second.
Who just said move? Moved by Councilman Velez and second by Councilman Abdelaziz. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 56.
Roll call on item number 56 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan. Yes. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
No, I wait. That's okay. All right, that's okay. Councilman, you're going to sit in the chair, so I just wait. Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman McCoy.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Before I vote, I made a request a numerous amount of times to get a complete list of the entire road resurfacing program, what we've done, what we have. I'm looking at.
We're not on that. This is the sewer.
Oh, it's sewer. Okay. I'm anticipating that one. So my vote is yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yeah, Councilwoman Cotton and Councilwoman Mins. You know, the C-tweet, Dr. Councilwoman Mins. And you're right, Councilwoman Cotton, when you see something, say something. We had to praise the owner of the beef market right there in the corner, East 16 and Putnam. He sent me a couple videos about accidents there because that manhole there. But this problem, it will be resolved with this sewer main and repair. Hopefully, moving forward, we approve this, and that will be taken care of because there's a collapsed sewer there. So it's not just a hole. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President.
Yes.
Vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 56 is hereby adopted.
Item number 57, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President. Next item is item number 57, resolution authorizing the solicitation of bids for 2019 State Aid Road Resurfacing Program for Department of Public Works. Bid number 20.15, Department of Public Works, Resolution 2111.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, seconded by Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Abdelaziz.
President, before we vote, can I ask a question to administration?
Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Council President. Mr. BA, I believe there's a big list that was surrendered to the mayor. It's been sitting in his desk regarding a credit or if Director, can you highlight me in the wording on this regarding the street that could be?
Fred, elaborate.
Good evening, everyone. There was a list that was prepared.
Council President, turn on the microphone.
It's on. It's on.
Is on?
There was a list that we had received from PSE&G of all the streets where they had paved half of the streets and the other half that were unpaved. There was discussion about modifying the bond ordinance so that we would have the funds to go and pave the other half of the streets. That is I believe that's the list that you're referring
Correct.
to. And that was circulated some time ago. So it's in the office.
So, Mr. BA, the request is, can you look into, it's possible the mayor look into that list to move forward because it will accelerate now, the summer's coming. We want to make sure that that's out and the work is done before the winter comes. Thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Council President.
Councilwoman Mims?
You've heard my request in great anticipation, but I have a question. So with some of the repaving that we're doing, I'm finding that public service comes, they do road work, and then they unpave what we've paid. Do we have to do, before you dig, orders when we're doing, do we put in those type of requests through public service? Do they put them in with us, or their control order numbers? That happens because I think I'm not sure if they do or not, but if they do, I'm just asking back to the other question for the oversight, right? To make sure we're not paving a street that public service has to come do work on, almost saying, even though we know it needs work, let public service do their work and then we pave the street. So do we get any control order numbers from public service for before you dig?
We don't get control order numbers. What we do is prior to every paving season, we actually have meetings with both the gas and electric divisions from PSE&G and the other entities as well, Cablevision, et cetera. What we do is share information with them on the streets that we plan on paving. They in turn share information with us on where they're planning to do work in terms of, gas main replacement, electrical power grid replacement projects, things of that nature. Based on the information we get from them, very often we will shuffle the work that is planned for that coming year to avoid the problems specifically that you're talking about. In some cases, because of budgetary restraints on their part, they need to spend money by a certain time frame. Very often, after we have done streets like we did Broadway, we get somebody we get a project from either Passaic Valley Water or PSE&G where they have to do a project. And in cases like that, they're advised that they're going to be required to do curb-to-curb paving and restore the entire street the way it was before they started. So we do a lot of information sharing before we undertake a project.
So is it suffice to say that we get the information beforehand so that we're able to change the order of the paving structure?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you're saying yes, but the concern I have is that we're doing some streets where public service comes back and then the work is over. So I'm not sure if we need to kind of take a look at that or I'm not sure how many meetings you have with public service or these entities, but maybe a more frequent calendar of what they're working on and what they're not. The reason why I ask is because on 7th Avenue, 8th Ave, they did the repaving of 8th Ave, but between 26th and 27th, and I'll text you the address, the curb is broken and there's a senior that lives there and they never repaired it. So I'm gonna send that address to you because Mrs. Council, she has spoke to me Saturday and told me that it still has not been repaired. So I'll make sure we get that information to get that repaired because she has to cross the street and I don't want her to get hurt. Okay, so I'll send that information.
Very good.
Thank you. Roll call. Roll call.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 57 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
So Director, Mr. Engineer Fred, and Councilwoman Mims, just before I vote, in the 6th Ward, we were quite successful.
No 6th Ward streets, Councilman.
No, there is. Actually, I'm proud to say we have 4 streets on this list that comes from the state aid program. But in the 6th Ward, if you saw what we did last year, I met along with the administration, the engineer and PSE&G. We were very creative to leverage our resources and make sure we're not doing the overlap. For example, Trenton Avenue. Trenton Avenue was not paved by the city of Paterson. That was paved by PSE&G without the taxpayers' dime because we requested it. We reshuffled some streets that we were paving on our state aid program and told PSE&G to give us credit on other roads that needed it. So, Mr. Negron, I just want to put on the record, they are in the 6th Ward right now doing the gas lines. I look forward to meeting again. I have my form that I follow where I document stuff. When the spring season comes, I'd like to meet along with the administration once again to make sure we leverage the square footage or the linear footage of those roads and maybe fulfill curb to curb on other roads that PSC&G is not going to do, or we could find a way that we could solve it. So any other council members, I'll give you that document that I use in my ward, and we go from there. But I'm glad to see Potomac's on this list, Grove Street is on this list, Chestnut and Vernon Avenue on our state aid program list, and hopefully this spring we get to see the more infrastructure progress in the 6th Ward. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I only have 2 streets on here, on this list tonight, but,
You mean you wasn't as fortunate as the 6th
I
Ward,
wasn't as
Councilwoman?
fortunate, so, but I need
Wow.
to, what bothers me, Fred, and Billy, is that, some of my streets have been paved maybe I would say 2 or 3 years. A lot of construction had been going on, and those streets look like they haven't been paved now in 30 years. That's how bad they are. Is there something that we can do to, I don't know how we can do it, but some of those streets just got paved 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and they're 30 years old because of the destruction of the digging of the gas line, the digging of the water line, the digging of all these lines. So we need to come out and try to figure out how we're going to get those streets back like they should be. You can't ride down Governor Street. You would tear your car up. I'm saying that's just one of them, for example. So I'm just saying we need to try to figure out something.
Why is that not on the list, Councilwoman?
Because it was paved 2 or 3 years ago.
If the street's been paved within the last 3 years.
I have 2, huh?
If the street has been paved within the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Whoever did the utility work is required to do curb-to-curb paving, so.
The one who did what work?
Whoever did the utility work, whether it's
Oh,
PS or the water company or whoever.
So what I need to do, Fred, give you the list?
Yes, please.
Okay. And I got them. I got about 7 streets that I know that have only been paved about 3 years, and they look like they've been 30 years old already.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Fred.
You're welcome.
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid?
My vote is yes, but Fred, I sent you some list of some street from the second ward. Hopefully on the next times that it comes around, it should be on the list. Thank you.
Councilman McCoy?
Hilden Avenue is on this list, but I think Hilden Avenue was already done by the county, almost all of it. But I got a call today from retired senior citizen on 20th Ave between Verlin and Route 20. She's specifically between 40th and 41st. She spent an inordinate amount of money putting on new windows in her house, using her retirement funds, and she's complaining that the trucks and cars that run down 20th Ave is rattling our windows because of the potholes and cracks. I sent that over to you. We're going to do a little emergency patching, but I think we could put that on this list here. I don't think Galen Avenue needs it. I know the water company did dig a big hole in front of the church between North First and North Second. So they may have to do some redone work, but the county redid all of the curb line and the roadway on Hilden Ave. And I think it's East 40th or so. That's East 39th is here. That's good. So if we can get that done, I'd appreciate it. My vote is yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
So before I vote, there's 3 areas that I have reported in the past, and I would like to reiterate them and put them on record. Montgomery Street is a street that is in desperate need. I remember we had a celebration in front of the car wash, and even Congressman Pasquale made a note that that street needs to be done. So I would like to put that on record again. I've sent that request before. Montgomery Street, as well as Summer Street needs to be done, and 9th Avenue. Those are 3 streets that are in dire need, and if it's a priority, do Montgomery, please do it first. There are craters when you get out of your car on that street. So Montgomery, Summer, 9th Avenue, I put them before, but please make those, Mr. B.A., Mr. Billy, Director, Mr. Fred, a priority. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Let's have the record straight. Summer Street on the 5th Ward is a good street, it's paved, so yes, it is. I know, but when you mention street, mention the ward, because
No.
people are going to think of that.
But I said summer.
You say summer. Summer goes all the way down to 5th Ward.
Summer goes all the way to 20th Avenue, right?
That's right.
They'll find it.
There you go.
MapQuest, Navigator.
I just want to say that Summer Street is okay. The Chestnut Street, I know it's 21st Avenue, but it's only 1 block from 21st Avenue, so it go all the way down to the 5th Ward. The residents go behind Oak Street, up to Oak Street. They're going to be seeing this one-way street that hits Roberto Clemente Park in the back. They're going to be happy. There's a lot of work to do. Fred, I commend you. I know you out there. I know the director keep you out there working and looking for this street. But we want to make sure our residents. I have 2 streets here in this ordinance. So East 31st Street. Hope they East 31st Street. They do the 3rd Ward side, because I don't want the councilman on the 3rd Ward saying that they didn't did his part. So at least we moving forward in the payment. This will be my 38th Street pave in 3 years, so I'm happy for that. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilman. Abdelaziz held up on leaving out so I could take a jab at him in the 6th. I mean, Councilman, there's no need to box with you today. I'm happy that you've been able to accomplish getting the majority of the 6th Ward paved. But, you know, it's unfortunate that we have a number of different roads that are in extremely dire situation. Councilman of the 2nd Ward, I mean, I'm here to battle with you. I think, especially when you have former councilmen out creating videos as if, you know, he's going to be the savior in your ward. I mean, it's very disappointing. So,
I mean, if you drive 50 miles an hour on Crosby, of course you're gonna
Right.
But so just as acknowledgement, I think North 2nd Street is in desperate need to be repaved. So that's a great street between Heldon and Halpine, as well as Doremus between West Broadway and Kearney, all in desperate need. So listen, it's very important that we're very mindful on the contractors we do hire to do work. And Councilwoman Cotton, this is part of the reason why when PSCNG comes out and they refuse to use the correct aggregate, they're not compacting at 1 foot for each depth that they go. That's how we get these sinkholes. So now you deal with roads like Broadway that have these tremendous sinkholes and potholes. So we're spending money to get roads resurfaced, and they don't last more than 2 years because the people who did the work underneath aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing. So, Director, I'm hopeful that we can have some type of certification of processes or at least a checklist on when any of this work is being done and an outline on who's doing the inspections for the city. I think we've gone well beyond the trust factor in which we're trusting all these utility companies are going to do the right thing. As per the video I sent you, they're not. So the city's paying the price when they choose not to do the right thing. But Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Council President, I wanted to go on record with the BA. The reason why Montgomery Street and Summer are so bad, and I called traffic police over and over and over, I have those 18-wheelers with the transfer of garbage. They're supposed to go around Route 20. They're supposed to go around River Street. But what they're doing is they cut down 10th Avenue. Then they're going down Lafayette Street, just tearing up Lafayette Street. Then they turn left on Summer Street. Then they turn right on Montgomery Street. It's, believe me, how many trucks come there to dump at that transfer station on River Street. I would say 10th Avenue is averaging about 40 to 50 trucks a day. And I'm talking about the 18-wheelers. So that is creating a big problem, and I'm requesting again, Corporation Council, that the traffic patrol who's supposed to monitor certain areas where trucks should not be going and certain areas where trucks should be, that is causing a major problem throughout our entire city with these 18-wheelers coming through here. Thank you, Council President.
Council President.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
May I announce the vote for item 57,
Okay.
please? The vote for item number 57 is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 57 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Councilman
Yes,
McCoy?
Fred and Director, I was misreading the matrix that you gave me, so Hilton Avenue is not on the list. So you didn't make a mistake with that. But I'm still looking for 20th Ave to get redone, all right?
Okay, thank you very
Thank
much. Madam Clerk, item
Madam.
number 58.
Yes, ma'am. Next item is item number 58, resolution authorizing change order number 2 for engineering services for the combined sewer overflow long-term control plan development, RFP number 2017-06, Division of Engineering, Department of Public Works Resolution 2112. The motion?
Can I have a motion? 58.
58.
Oh, move it.
Moved by Councilman McCoy, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 58.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call in item number 58 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilman Jackson? Abstain?
Correct.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman McCoy?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
With all of the infrastructural issues of our sewer and the CSO concerns that we have to ensure that we continue to provide services. I see that this is a change order, and it goes back to what I said before. I think sorry about that. This is a change order for our CSO overflow concerns that we have in the city, and because we have a lot of infrastructural issues with our sewer, I want to support it. However, I go back to what I made a request for before, that all of the projects that we have concerning whatever they are pertaining to sewer projects that we have a quarterly meeting to identify what those projects are we on task, off task, and what's needed so that we don't come with these enormous amount of change orders because of whether it's not being provided oversight, lack of oversight, deficiencies, or whatever the concerns are. So my vote is yes, and it's based on the fact that I think as a recommendation, Council President, and to our business administrator, that we need to have these quarterly meetings to make sure we're on task.
Thank you. Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 1 abstain, 3 absent. Item number 58 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Clerk, we have one last item, which is item number 12. But before that, I'd like to open it up to the public portion.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, how many
Yes.
speakers?
Just 1 second, Madam President. Thank you. Thirteen speakers, Madam President. 13.
How many?
13, 1, 3.
Okay, very good.
The public
Madam Clerk, can you
yes.
please read the first
Right, the public
name?
portion is not over. First speaker is Ingen Spungen, Miss Spungen?
Inga Spungen.
Ingen
Okay.
Spungen?
Inga.
Inga. Please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Good evening,
Inga.
and what fun we're having tonight.
Good evening.
I'm Inga Spungen, and I live at 14 Overlook Avenue here in Paterson. I am Executive Director of the Paterson Alliance and one of the co-chairs of the Paterson Complete Count Committee. I guess you probably have heard that there's a census happening, and so I just wanted to remind you all how important it is. There are 3 things I want to stress tonight. Yes, wear your bracelet. 3 things I want to stress. It's incredibly important for Paterson. It's easy and it's safe. It's important because, let me tell you, there are $800 billion every year that are allocated of federal funds that go to communities like ours based on the census, $800 billion. If you take that number and divide it by the number of people who live in the United States, that's about $2,400 per person. Now, the government doesn't write a check to you, but what they do is they provide services to our community based on those numbers. And so that would be such things as education, hospitals, it would be SNAP funding, and roads and bridges, which we've talked a little bit about tonight. So there are all of these things that come from federal funding. And so it is really incredibly important that we do this, because if we get just a 5% increase in the number of people who complete the census in Paterson, that could mean up to $18 million a year in additional funding. And I know later you were talking about the budget, so I think that might be a really good way to kind of close out any budget gaps we have, because I think $18 million can go a long way in Paterson. It can help with education and all sorts of other things. It's also easy this year. For the first time, it's going to be done online, and you can either do it online or on your phone, and if you wait a few weeks, you can do it on the old-fashioned way in paper. It's also safe. The U.S. Census Bureau, anybody who works for the U.S. Census Bureau is banned for their life from sharing any personal information, and that the fine for sharing personal information is 5 years in jail and $250,000. So that's a strong deterrent for people doing that. Now, if you haven't already decided that it's a good idea to complete the census, let me give you one more example. in 2010, the last time we did a census in the United States, about 60% of Paterson was counted. 60% of Paterson was counted, okay? 60%, that's not a whole lot. So we have a long ways to go to get to 100%. But we can take that and look at it in the world of our schools, for example. If we have a school with 1,000 students and Montclair has a school with 1,000 students, and everybody in Montclair is counted, and only 60% of Paterson is counted again, we'll get funding for 600 students. We still have 100 to educate. Montclair will get funding for 1,000 students. And we will only get 600, or funding for 600 students, so that money will have to be spread over 1,000 students. So it's really, really critical that we can convince everybody to complete the census and do what you can. Go to pattersoncounts.org for additional information about the census, or call me at the Paterson Alliance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Inga, why don't you put on record the number and the Paterson Alliance? Can you put it on record?
Sure. 973-519-3655.
3655.
Mm-hmm. And also pattersoncounts.org has all sorts of great information.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker,
Yes,
please.
next speaker is Mr. David Spungen.
Any relation? Hello, my name is David Spungen. I also live at 14 Overlook Avenue in Paterson, New Jersey. And to no surprise to anybody, being married to her has made me census woke. And as a result, I've gotten involved. I don't have to say any of the things that she did, but I'm going to ask you, council members, one thing. What's the biggest problem you've got here? I know the answer. Budget. Funds. Where am I going to get the budget and the funds? The census is the best fundraiser a city can have. It's really easy, as my wife tried to explain, but actually, more people equals more money for the city. So I've been trying to work on an idea. How do we get this message out? And I came up with something, I'm calling it the census selfies. And I've been going around town trying to recruit people. And in fact, I was talking to the people, the kids at the PYC, the Paterson Youth Council, and trying to recruit them to get involved. And a young man said to me, so what happens if I don't get counted? And you know, I didn't have an answer for him right away. And then it hit me later. The answer to that is very simple. If you don't get counted, nothing happens. You know, your school-sized classrooms that are going to stay overcrowded. There's not going to be any band classes in school. You're going to still have those potholes. So it's just important to get counted. So what it is I decided to get the message out. How do we do that? How do we make everybody know that it is important, that it is easy to take, and that it's safe, right? We do it by taking the census selfies, and what that's going to, excuse me one moment, as a matter of fact, I'm inspired
He
because,
wants us to be
you
in
know,
the
almost
census
anywhere
selfies.
that you go, you're always asked to turn your phone off, but when I'm around, I'm asking you to turn your phone on. And Madam President, if you don't mind, if I may get this going, now how do I do this?
You want us to, you want all of us
Well, you know
to be
what?
in the
Here's what I
census
want to
selfie,
do.
right?
First, I want to say, I'm here at the City Council, and I'm addressing the council members. May I actually come in? Because I think it's time that the council members at least take a pledge to take the census. Are you up for it?
Absolutely.
All right.
Census selfie. So council members, what we're going to ask,
This is
David,
a
you
special
just come
training
right
from
here and
Andrew
we'll
Saya, full
kinda like-
mayor.
Oh.
Sir, you have violated 1 hour.
Guys, just come over here. And now you have it. You want to put it on camera because you have it's a video.
recording. You're doing a video.
We're doing a census selfie.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask everybody to repeat after me. I state your name.
Maritza Davila.
We're going to start all over again.
Okay.
All right? We're going to do this together.
I
State your name.
Maritza Davila.
Pledge to take the census.
Pledge to take the census.
And I will encourage everybody I know.
And I will encourage everyone I know.
When I'm on the campaign trail.
When I'm on the campaign trail.
To take the census.
To take the census.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, David, now we're going to do the census selfie.
Paterson count.
Do the census selfie.
Video seconds. Let's do a picture
So just
Picture
quickly.
selfie, one more.
Quickly.
Okay.
Selfie.
You gotta give
Council
back to
members, we
Councilman
gotta-
Velez, your favorite
Oh.
activity.
Come on, get in the middle.
Your favorite activity, Councilman.
Give him these to hold.
Bing, I hope you're on this, right? Yes. Good, all right. Here we go, census selfie. All right, take the census, it's worth your while. And look for the census selfie.
Thank you so much, Mr. Spangen. Okay, Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, ma'am. Next speaker is Mr. Teague.
Good evening, members of the council, those who are here, those who are watching. You know, just to reinforce the statement about the census, I was in Atlanta, Georgia this past week at a conference, and one of the sessions was called Census in Schools. And what we learned from the Department of Education and also from the Census Bureau, that the highest number of citizens that are encountered are between the ages of 0 and 3. So it is extremely important. The national and federal agencies were there to reiterate the fact that your federal funding is directly connected to the numbers that you have in your city and in your state. So I have to reiterate their message to make sure you get involved with the census. If you go on my page, you can find out how to get involved with the census in schools. I talked to the officers from Washington, D.C. today. Some of the information is on my page. Next, I want to see if we can, let me pull it up on my Facebook page. 4 of our students from the BTMF Academy at John F. Kennedy Educational Complex received full scholarships to attend New Jersey City University. I think that deserves a round of applause. Now, in the interest of sparing myself embarrassment, I'm not going to call their names because I don't want to mess them up. But you can go on my page and see their picture and see their names, and if you know who they are, please congratulate them and encourage other students to get involved. Tomorrow night is a workshop for the Board of Education, 90 Delaware Avenue, 6:30 p.m. Please come out, okay? It's important that you come out. Even if you can't stay for the entire workshop, you're on your way home from work, you need to grab some groceries. Listen, we have a supermarket right next to the building. So you can go get your groceries, come into 90 Delaware, sit for 5 or 10 minutes, and head on home. Get the paperwork. We have copies of the budget and the agenda right there in the room. You can pick up a copy, bring it home. If you have any questions about anything on that document, feel free to call any of the board members, myself, the administration, and we will walk you through it. Okay, we want to make sure you understand that you have every right to show up and ask questions. On the 19th, there's also our regular meeting at John F. Kennedy. Please show up, all right? I'm really imploring that you show up so that you can understand and see what's going on and how we get things done in our city. Also, parents, students that attend School 7, New Roberto Clemente, and Don Bosco. School 7, New Roberto Clemente, and Don Bosco. Tomorrow night is your report card night. Tonight was pre-K through 8th grade, okay? Tomorrow night is School 7, New Roberto Clemente, Don Bosco. Make sure you're there in the classroom. Show the teachers that you appreciate the time that they're taking out to educate your children. We do have, one more thing. Church of Jesus Christ Paterson, good friends of mine, they're having a Heart Awareness Month, Thursday, February 13th, 7 p.m. The doctor there is Margarita Camacho, and she's going to be there to talk about surgical procedures and heart transplants. As a matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, Councilman McCoy's brother, Councilman McCoy's brother was a recipient of a heart transplant. And so please come out. I have the flyers. 1 second, just before I leave, I want to make it crystal clear that I'm 150% behind Councilman McCoy's reelection to the 3rd Ward. I'm going to make sure all the people that support me will come out for him. I want the dean to remain here until he's ready to leave because I respect his wisdom and what he brings to the council. All right, so that's where I'm at with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Next speaker.
Council President, just before the next speaker,
Councilman McCoy?
It's critically important with regards to the heart transplant that Commissioner Teague talked about. I have 2 family members who have received the heart transplant. My oldest brother, Winston, and my youngest brother, Wesley. Both are heart transplant recipients. So that's a very important thing to me. We've already done the genetic analysis and all of that. It's not an hereditary circumstance. It just so happened that they both are heart transplant recipients. And Wesley received his heart in a very, very short period of time. The young lady that will come on Thursday is the actual surgeon in Beth Israel in Philadelphia that, in Newark rather, that did the surgery. So it's a wonderful opportunity to actually meet someone with that level of skill that could do that and hear, about how to stay healthy and how to keep your heart. But if you have to change one out, to find somebody that's skilled enough to do that. So I would encourage everybody, 2935 Hilden Avenue, Church of Jesus Christ, on Thursday, 7 p.m. Come on out and be educated a little bit on the process.
Thank you very much, Councilman McCoy.
And
Madam
pray for
Clerk?
me in my heart so that I don't have to change it.
It's not hereditary, right?
It's not, but
That's a good thing.
if I need it.
Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, sir. Next speaker is Mr. Rucker.
Good evening. Ernest Rucker, Paterson, New Jersey. I first would like to thank the City Council for their up and down vote on item number 1 on this agenda. I decided tonight not to comment prior to the public portion, so I can get on record what your votes were concerning denying the public any rights as far as freedom of speech in its chambers. But what was very interesting about tonight, and I'm not going to belabor that, you did what I needed you to do. You came into the Venus trap and you placed your vote on the record. That's all I wanted. But what's very interesting tonight, you want to talk about the decorum of the public. And this is what the excuse was used for bringing up item number 1 tonight. So let's talk about the decorum of the council. On item number 57, 40 minutes you spent on that item in the middle of roll call. Once you go to roll call, you vote. Unless before you do that, since I have to teach you, I will. You call for discussion, then you can have a discussion. But in the middle of your roll call, you don't have discussions, campaign ads from the first ward to the second ward councilman, naming the candidate's opponent, Ms. Dr. Ruzaman. You don't have Fifth Ward Councilman, which we know he's going to talk all day. These are things that we're asked to do certain things, but you won't do it. You won't do it. 40 minutes you spoke inside of a vote. And you're going to tell us about our decorum? Our decorum. You did this in workshop, where it belonged. That was where the discussion was supposed to take place. Since you don't understand how this council works, since you don't understand Faulkner, you don't come out on your regular meeting to have another full-throated conversation on an issue you already vetted at workshop. Must I say that again? You do not come out on your regular meeting and go through a full-throated conversation for 40 minutes in the middle of a vote under this form of government after you've already vetted the issue. This is being done quite a bit around here. You have a point of order, you have a motion on the table, you'll forget about the motion, you go into discussion, and forgot that you didn't even vote on the motion. That's what's happening on this council, but you're talking to us about decorum. You want to instruct us how to act on this side of the aisle when you don't know how to act on that side of the aisle. Yes, I'm angry. I'm not angry about your vote. That was a foregone conclusion. We knew that the coalition was set to vote that down, or vote it up, or whatever. You can let me finish, or I can just keep bringing people. No, come on. See, I have 20 days before the rule goes into effect. Ms. Francesca?
Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Ms. Nunes.
I'm giving my time to Ernest Rucker, 26 Sandy Court, Francisco Nunez.
Again, you want to treat us like children. You want to tell us what's good for us. The people that employ you. You took no account of the public's opinions or feelings concerning this. And all of you monitor Facebook, and you've seen all the comments. But yet, the personal selfish agenda was still carried out. Was still carried out. Again, you walk into Venus trap. But we talk about, again, how we should use the decorum from the public when we come to this microphone. When are you guys going to do the same thing and live by the rules of this council and Robert Rules of Order? You, Councilman for the Fifth Ward, keeps raising up your book of Robert Rules. It's obvious you didn't read it. You did not read it. Because if you did read it, or any of you, other than those who are seasoned and been here for quite a while, or those who are seasoned and decided to understand what they're doing, you are in violation. But yet, you are instructing the public. You're telling the children how they must act because it's obvious you believe that you control us. That's why we have elections. To remove dead weight where it comes from. Never in my life have I been spanked by someone I employ. And that's what you did tonight with item number 1. But it wasn't worth my time to speak more on the second reading than speak now, because I want the full impact of what I had to say to reach you. Every time I see you violate the rules of this council, I'm going to point it out, I'm going to report it, and I'm going to promote it. If you see me sitting in this chair, act like adults. Stop insulting each other. Stop ignoring each other. Stop speaking over each other. But you want to teach the public. Who's going to teach you? I believe on election day is our opportunity to send a very clear message who we believe the adults of that council is and who we believe is not. I think on election day is our opportunity to say who is really working for the community, with the community, or working for themselves. And I hate to take you to school, but it seems like you need to be taught and sit back to school. In closing, since I don't get my exact 3 minutes no more, I'm going to use my in closing from now on. Ladies and gentlemen, the information about the census is, I think, one of the most important items that came across this council tonight. I'm glad you took your selfies. I'm glad you became part of it. But from now on, when I'm sitting in that seat, be very careful how you act. Good night.
Good night. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Ms. Nakima Redmond. Nakima?
Good evening, Council in Paterson. My name is Nakima Redmond, and I'm here to thank the hundreds of registered voters in the First Ward for signing my petitions and supporting me on my last 2 elections. As I was walking through the ward, listening to the concerns of the residents, it is quite clear that it's time for a change. And I am here to announce that I am running for City Council for the First Ward to represent all of the residents of the First Ward. So thank you again for your time, and have a good evening, Paterson.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Ms. Augusta, Ms. Karen Augusta.
Good evening,
Good
Karen
evening.
Agosto, Atlantic Street. I just want to say thank you to all the council members for approving the memorandum between the City of Paterson, FPP, I look forward to our adventures. I also have a quick concern. So on the app where we can post issues, there was an issue posted back in December 23rd pertaining to Levine. That has not been addressed. Per the post, the zoning officer, Glenn, allegedly would have been sending an inspector. So my question is, what are the timeframes that these issues have to be resolved or looked at, especially in the app?
Okay, so, Mr. B, are you done with your statement so I can address Mr. BA, or is there anything else you want before you complete?
I think I'm done.
Okay. Mr. BA, and she's referring to the app where you can put complaints?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I can get back to you. I don't know the answer to your question. I mean, if there's an issue, we can resolve it, but I can't answer you right now. I really
So
don't
maybe
know.
I would probably ask this question. Who is behind the app? Like, who gets the information? Who
Well, it
captures
depends on what you're reporting. So it depends on what you're reporting.
Okay.
Council President, may I?
So you, on December 23rd, you reported,
It was not me directly, it was a neighbor. They reported there was a lot being used as a parking lot. It does not have zoning approval, or it's not paved. So per the app, it was brought in by Javier, but then assigned to Glenn. Glenn stated an inspector would be sent out. That was December 23rd.
I guess my question, Mr. Gusso, is it's February 11th. I mean, if this is going on from December 23rd, I mean, you could have brought this to my attention or anybody's attention before then, so.
Actually, I did. I
Council
emailed
President.
Mr. Powell and Glenn and Mr. Gilmore.
Well, okay. Well,
Okay.
I can't answer her right now. I can find out
Okay.
what the issue is. I
Okay,
don't know.
what's the address?
I think it's 722 Main Street.
Okay, 722. Councilman Rivera, you wanted to say something, and Councilman Velez?
I mean, it's pretty lengthy, I mean, from
Did you-
December. I think it's Main Street. Let me grab the other piece.
Yeah,
Councilman Rivera, Councilman Velez, Councilman Jackson.
yeah. Now now I'm interested in knowing like what's the process. For example, when we have a system where I work, and when there's an Oprah request, someone looks at it and they send it to the appropriate department. Is there someone that's supposed to review all the complaints or reporting?
Or the inquiries?
All the inquiries from the residents, and then forward it to the appropriate to the appropriate department. I want to know, do we have that in place? Is there one person or one department
That's
assigned?
why I asked that. I said, who gets it? He said
So-
it depends on what the.
No, that's not what I mean. My question is there a department, right? An inquiry is made right now. Someone reads it and say, okay, this is DPW. It goes to DPW. The same department division reads it, the same person, and says, okay, this is for zoning. Send it to zoning. Do we have that in place, or
Yes.
it's just, okay, that's what I wanted to know.
There is a system. There is a system.
Okay.
And I don't know if your request was closed out or not, but there is a system in place. And remember, this app is new. And so we're still working on the glitches, in the app. But by and large, when somebody makes a request, it goes to a specific person, in the division. That specific person logs it. We try to answer those within 48 to 72 hours. I'm not saying that always happens, that's the goal, and then we try to come back and close them out. So I'm not sure of the specific one you raised, but I have it 722 Main Street. We can look at it tomorrow to see what the issue is.
Let me just correct the address. It says 770 Main Street.
770.
And it's still open on the app. It's just, it shows acknowledged.
Okay.
Right, so
All right.
then it could be that on our end, somebody didn't go back to close it out, and it's still open, or the matter is still pending. I don't know which one it is.
Correct. Council President,
Just council members, we're gonna address this, but I really don't want every council member,
Yeah.
because we're in the public portion, and I really want us to get into the budget, all right? So if I'm gonna respectfully ask that, just make your comment real quick, and then we're gonna move to the next speaker.
correct, Council President, Mr. Gosso, yes, it's true. As soon as they receive the complaint, it's the same process going into the office or whatever to abate the complaint. Some complaints going to stay open because they have a court proceeding, they got tickets pending or whatever, and that's how they follow to close the whole entire case. If it's something simple, removal of something, the supervisor in charge of that app in that department, specifically in DPW, I know who's the guy is, the inspector that is in charge of every morning to look at the complaint and abate it, or move forward to any tickets or any moving forward action on it. But meanwhile, it's not closed in the aspect of call, ticket, or whatever, they're not gonna log it out as completed. So yes, there's a person in each department assigned with that computer looking at all the complaints individually, whatever is health or whatever.
Thank you very much, Councilman Velez. Councilman Jackson?
So just very quickly, because I also had placed a complaint, I did it via the, not the app, but I sent an email directly to the director, Mike Powell, to the zoning officer, and as well as Mr. Gilmore, which I was never answered. There hasn't been any correspondence. It's been several months. I did see because someone posted on the social media, the response, I believe it was G. Greer, the response to the app, which acknowledges that the zoning officer did in fact receive the complaint, which it raises a level of concern. So what it speaks to is that the public doesn't deserve to be answered to, and that the public doesn't deserve at least to have some type of answer. So whether it's via the app and or email, the public should be answered to on whenever there's a violation, a clear violation, of somebody just, breaking the rules, because it's a common practice of what's going on. So some of the things that I'm concerned about, and please, Council President, very quickly, just for a point of clarity, I would like for Corporation Counsel as well as the BA to make it clear on what the process is that they would like to see, because is there reporting? I'm assuming the app comes equipped with some type of reporting mechanisms.
Okay,
And-
so Councilman, Mr. BA did say that right now he can't
I understand,
be clear.
I understand.
So he
So I-
definitely will get back, and please, if you can, Mr. BA, Corporation Counsel,
The
that.
Council President, very quickly. So just so I'm clear, because earlier Corporation Counsel made a note and made it clear that if we needed certain individuals to appear, we must, as a body, agree to go into a committee of the whole, which is a bit concerning. The fire chief, the police chief of police, they're not division directors either, and they report and come before this council on a number of occasions, as well as a lot of different members of the administration. So it would be nice, especially when I'm talking about processes and procedures, if Corporation Counsel, if there is a specific list that you have of individuals that the administration deems not appropriate to appear before, because on some instances we have division directors appearing, and some instances we don't. And in many instances, like as in tonight, where the BA isn't equipped with the background information, and the director has come before us on numerous occasions unequipped with the answers, the public still deserves to be answered.
Okay, Councilman, please, if you.
Reporting on the app and processes and procedures on how should we submit these complaints and requests, and how are we going to be answered to.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilman. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Ms. Harrison.
Good evening, Council, and
Good evening.
the City of Paterson. I am a fourth descendant of City of Paterson, so I feel very proud of forward stuff going on. I just got to make 4 announcements. On April the 4th, 2020, Operation Ceasefire will be having their annual Peace March at 10 o'clock. We would like for every council person to participate. We will be leaving from Carr Park. I will be giving you the flyers by the end of this week, so you could also pass it to each ward is to stop the shooting in the city of Paterson. We marched from Carl Park, East Main, and Holzman Street to the Paterson Public Library from the 1st to the 4th ward. And we try to announce each person that have gotten killed as we do our march to give them homage because of the death and the shooting and the stabbing that's going on in the city of Paterson. Also on April the 4th, for $75 for adults and $55 for children, the Passaic County African American Women will be having their 23rd annual empowerment luncheon, and it will be a marketplace. We'd like for everyone to attend. That is from 12 to 4. That is after the ceasefire march. And on May the 17th, it is a Sunday, you can have church on the bus. We will be leaving at 7:01 a.m. sharp. This is with Paterson Ceasefire Committee and the Nifty Lions sports team. This is a fundraiser for our youth to go down to Florida and also to raise money for Ceasefire because they are nonprofit organizations. It's an all-inclusive bus ride to Washington, D.C., to the National Museum of African American History, to the Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Monument and the Washington Monument. For $100, you get a continental breakfast, a snack, and an all-you-can-eat buffet, okay? We would like for everybody to post this around in their counts, in their wards as well, and come and have a good time. It is only $100. If you're not able to come, we take sponsorship, okay? Because this is for our youth. We have the young man that just played back, Quan Williams. He was a Nifty Lions football player for the city of Paterson. Another announcement we have, no, I don't have that one with me. But I do have a question. We have this clock up here on this wall facing the public. That clock been incorrect for over a year. I did, listen, this very, because we got to keep turning around and looking at that clock. So just for the council, could you please correct that clock?
Okay, so Mr. DA, because that goes to DPW, we'll put in a request for the clock to be changed.
And I have a question for the resolution for number 52. Did y'all postpone it? Did you skip over it? It's the resolution to authorize the issue of estimate tax bill for the first quarter of calendar year 2020, corresponding to the third quarter fiscal year 2020. Is that?
So the reason why that item was, if we adopt the budget today, so we're going to be discussing the budget next. If the budget is adopted and it passes, we do not need to do that resolution.
Okay.
If in case we do not pass the budget today, then we have to move forward with that item.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay,
Thank you. Have a good evening. Madam Clerk, next speaker?
Yes, next speaker, Mr. Foscaldo. Somebody have to touch him.
Mr. Foscaldo?
Tom Foscaldo, Preakness Avenue, One Eye on Paterson. I used to be president of the Taxpayers Association, and I feel great sympathy for the people. And I'm the only remaining relic of the Paterson Taxpayers Association. Anyway, Paterson tax bills are never on time. It would help a little because if you corrected one problem, Paterson runs from June to June for a year. The people, we the people, use a calendar January to January. This can confuse a mathematical genius. Now, tax bills would not be always quite as late if we dated the bills correctly. So today, many people want to know how much taxes failed to go down, and they're calling me to say, speak up for us. We hope the taxes are going down, and I know this, Council, that don't happen. Now, the United States has a history of being the only nation to ever have freedom and a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. But that's old history. A civil service law gives government workers a permanent job union. The remaining people pay civil servants but have no union representatives to balance this. And they need a union or an association or something of taxpayers and residents and the people. We need a representative. Now, the problem was created by Republican and Democrat parties, and the Paterson taxpayers is gone, but it's desperately needed. So, one last thing. I've often supplied the Constitution to the people, and I have some with me today, and even though it's not followed in one little bit, I always like to give them out. Somebody might read one sometimes. I should give this to the whole bunch in Congress. I should walk in front of the Congress and say, have you ever seen one of these? And I start passing out the Constitution in Washington. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Mr. Elvis Durham. Elvis?
Mr. Elvis Durham, 4th Ward, 283 Broadway. I got a lot of things to say. I'm gonna take my time on this. The community, the African American community, we have a lot of needs, but we have community leaders like to use this microphone for petty stuff. And it's time for us community leaders to come together and build. This is the time right now. It's Black History Month. I'm gonna tell you the needs that we have in this city. And the only way we could get this done, it's a team effort. A community event for the youth. Not one leader in this city, I'm not talking about the city council, I'm not talking about nobody that's in public office, I'm talking about the community activists. Not one leader stand up and say what kind of community events that we have for the youth. The spring is coming. The summer is coming. Our kids need something to do. They already know we don't have no community centers. It's time for the pastors. We got over 400 something churches in the city. I'm asking y'all to open up y'all doors. Every other religion, I'm asking y'all to get involved. Also, we don't have no center for disabled people. We got a lot of disabled, handicapped people in this city. It's no center for them to go and play and to enjoy themselves. It's not even no disabled park in this city. Come on, y'all, I'm giving y'all ideas. Community leaders, community activists, what's good? Also, we also need a community workshop in the parks. We got the census coming up. A lot of people don't know what that is. How about the community activists partnership with the city council and the mayor and just come up with some workshop before April? The spring is next month. We can have like different workshops in every park in every ward. And the last, jobs. Community activists. Well, community activist job is not to always talk about the problem, but come up with some solution like I'm doing. Jobs. How about let's put the mayor on the table with the city council, with the freeholders, and let's come up with some jobs. What kind of jobs that could benefit our people in our community? You know, so we got a lot of drug dealers that's out here on these streets. And it's going to take, it's not going to take locking them up all the time, because sooner or later they're going to come out. Let's give them something to do with their hands. Some of these people that sell drugs, they know numbers. They know numbers better than us. You know what I'm saying? They could be a good salesperson. Because a drug dealer, it's not about a salesperson anyway. So let's give them something to do. So that's my, that's all I have to say. It's time to go to work, y'all.
Thank you very
It's
much.
rehab time.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Next speaker is Mr. Capers.
Great job.
Hey, good evening, council members, administration. Good to be here tonight. Haven't been here in such a long time and in a while, but it's great to be back. Real quick, just to piggyback off my colleague, Mr. Commissioner, I got to give him his title, Commissioner Corey Teague. He did highlight a lot of the stuff that we're doing in our district, and our district are doing some great things. Also, he highlighted some kids from International High School. And he said there was 4 students have received full scholarships to school. So actually 6 students that received the scholarship. And also, I do want to highlight Jameer Wright Collins from Kennedy High School just received a full football scholarship to Rutgers University. So that's another guy. Some other kids are, getting some offers and stuff like that. So our kids, we're doing some great stuff in this district. Also, council members, I want to end to the administration. I do want to thank you guys because we are facing some fiscal strains here. I know you guys and as well as us. You guys have made it a priority to pay the school tax. And it's been helping us tremendously, and I hope we could continue to work together on getting this done and fully funding our school as we take our fight to Trenton, DC, wherever we got to do. But I want to thank the city for doing their part and the administration for doing their part when it comes to the school. It didn't happen for a long time. Also, I'm here to talk about tomorrow. We have our first workshop of the year. And our second board meeting of the year next week. One of the things I'm here to talk about is I sponsored a legislation to rename the Al Moody School, the Great Falls Academy, to the Al Moody School. Now, Al Moody has touched my life, my family's life, and probably everybody in this room life. And it's on the agenda tomorrow at 6:30 at 90 Delaware. It's the community forum. So we need you guys, council members, the community, to come out and support this legislation, support this man, as he gave so much his blood, sweat, and tears to the city, to our kids of this community. Also, the school we picked was Great Falls Academy because, one, he created the school. He wrote the curriculum of the school. It's an alternative school. Instead of sending our young boys to jail, he gave them an alternative route and to educate them and not incarcerate them. So that's why we picked that school, because he created it, and that's who he fights for. And he continued this day to fight for our kids, still working in the community, still working with our kids, still working with our district. So tomorrow is the first reading, and we need the community to come out and advocate for a great man of this, a pillar of this community. And next week at John F. Kennedy at 7 o'clock is the board meeting where it'll be the final vote. So hope to come out support. God bless you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, ma'am. Next speaker is Miss Michelle Tobias. Michelle?
Happy New Year's, everyone.
Happy New Year.
Haven't been here in a minute.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I came here today with concerns of where I live, and something else is going on in my building. The first thing I'm going to do to Mr. Jackson, Michael, I'm going to give you an apology for reaching out to you today and putting you in my problem. But one thing I want to say to you, Mr. Jackson, what you said to me, I didn't like it. Because Mr. Bias does not have to go and be drug tested for anything. Because Mr. Bias doesn't do drugs or drink. Now, the reason I'm here tonight, I live in Freedom Village. And I want to ask the members, what was the tax abatement on Freedom Village? I'll wait till I'm done talking. In the building where I live, I've been there almost 4 years, it's raining in my unit. Okay. I'm reaching out to the owners. I want to know, is it under housing as well as Penrose? I'll wait for these answers. Okay. Now, like I said, you know, all of you know me, I don't take crap. Now, it's raining in my unit. I've been addressing it for years. And all I keep getting from Penrose is, we're gonna fix it, we're gonna fix it. Why don't you just move? But I pay rent every month so I can have a roof over my head. And I need to ask the council, can I get the Board of Health in a Section 8 unit in Paterson? I'll wait for that answer. Or do they have to bring their own inspectors that they're not bringing? Now, I have one more thing I need to say. I live in Freedom Village. I like my apartment. But there's someone in my building that has been making my life hell for the last 4 years. I took it to the police, I took it to the court, I took it to the management. Now, I don't know what to do. One of the council members reached out to me other than Mr. Jackson, and she's the only person who said something to me that made a lot of sense, and she would help me. Everybody here knows I'm not afraid of nothing. But today, I fear for my life from a tenant in my building. We have no security. We don't have nothing of safety. We have no cameras in the hallways where we live, only to the elevators. We have no cameras, I'll be done in a second, up and down the steps. So if you can answer a little of this for me, please do. I thank you, and I'm glad to see everybody. But today, I fear for my life.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bias. She asked a lot of questions, and I think Mr. B.A., I'm not sure if...
I can't right now. I mean, I see the Chief of Staff, Della Fisher McCall here, as well as Javier Fernandez. So maybe you can hook up with them, Ms. Tobias, and get, you know, the information to them. But I will say, if you fear for your life, then obviously I think you need to certainly go to 111 Broadway, the police station, and, you know, convey the information that you just conveyed here publicly. If there's somebody that you feel is threatening you, they can probably advise you what you need to do in terms of a restraining order or something like that. That's something that this body at this point, you know, can't do for you. But certainly if you fear for your life, I think you owe it to yourself and to your family to go and take the necessary steps to protect yourself.
No disrespect, sir.
No
I've
problem.
been through the motions. Right now, I just need somebody to give me some input on everything I did that you just said, if I'm doing something I haven't done. I thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bias.
Council
I
President.
just, go ahead, Councilman.
Councilman Jackson.
Just want to make it clear, make a note. Mr. Bias made a statement that I suggested or required her to take a drug test. I never reached out to Mr. Bias because I didn't know or was unaware of her circumstances. But she called my office multiple times today. My secretary put me on the phone. I spent an hour with her on the phone. She made accusations of a person utilizing drugs, and I suggested that maybe there would be some type of mediation. They can both possibly, you know, take drug tests. I never suggested that she needed to take a drug test and or she was in the right or wrong. I did also suggest, as the BA just instructed her, that this is a legal matter. She needs to take it up with the police department. She did acknowledge that this issue was being handled in court. So I'm really, I'm hopeful that the administration can find a way to help Mr. Bias navigate this space.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Council President, I just wanted, she left out the room, but I've been fortunate now to be able to reach out to the HUD out of New York, and now I'm able to be in touch with those out in Washington, D.C. And I'm going to look into that leak, because she has been talking about this leak for quite some time now. So what I have discovered is that some of these buildings that we have here in our city are overseen by Washington DC. And not all of them are under the same people, but they're under different ones. So that leak she's been talking about has been going on for some time now, and it shouldn't be going on this long for the problem that she's having there. The other issue is, I would suggest that she really need to speak to someone in internal affairs at the police department. Thank you, Council.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Cotton. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, next speaker, Ms. Morgan. Kathy.
Good evening, Kathy Morgan,
Good evening.
134 North 8th Street in Paterson, First Ward. Okay, I'm gonna bounce around a little bit because I have a couple of things that's irritating to me. One is the fact that I went through the motions, I reported it to Dave Gilmore, they sent out an inspector, but nothing has been done. There's a company on my street, they own the house, the company is registered out of Ridgewood somehow, I don't know how I acquired the paperwork, but I guess it was on the street, I found in one of their contracts. And the company is, what's their last name? I can't even think of the last name now. It's on 132 North 8th Street. They have commercial trucks in their private driveway. However, they're using their driveway as a commercial parking lot. Then they harassed my daughter about parking her car, not in their driveway, but in front of their house, okay? I believe one of the sons is a police officer, so they feel they can do what they want. However, this is the driveway. The sister-in-law, instead of parking her car in that driveway, she parks halfway on the street, halfway in this driveway. I'm on the sidewalk, halfway in the driveway. So if you're walking down my street, you have to walk into the street to cross around her car. This issue has been going on. I've been there for about almost 4 years now. Second thing is, we're always being ticketed. There's multi-dwelling houses and buildings on my street and in my area. So therefore, you can't park, the people that have driveways don't park in them. You can't park your car at the corner. I'm tired of paying the city of Paterson tickets for my son coming home from work at late and having to park on a corner and wake up to tickets. I don't have $55 every other night to give the city of Paterson. Second question is, we need to do something about these taxis in Paterson who drive down the street like they're walking to see if somebody wants a ride. If somebody wants a taxi, they're gonna either hail you or they're gonna call you. I'm really over that because it's gonna cause an accident and it almost cost me a couple. Second thing is Burham's Ave, I've called, where Jefferson intersects Burham as you cross over into Heldon. I spoke to Heldon. Heldon said it's Paterson's problem. I spoke to Paterson. Paterson said it's Heldon's problem. I need to know whose problem it is because I work at Young Men's Leadership Academy in Paterson. Sorry, Prospect Park, but it's a Paterson Public School. I have to cross across Burham's Avenue to get to work. It's like playing Russian roulette with your life because the way they coming down from Heldon Avenue, that's a curve. You can't see. Now, one or two things are going to happen. Either you're going to get maimed, no, one of three things. You're going to get maimed, killed, or you're going to jet across and then Heldon or Prospect Park is going to be sitting there waiting to give you a ticket for running a stop sign. Okay, so that needs to be addressed. We need to find out who actually has that street. I just need two more seconds. Okay. My grandbaby observed something, and that's to you people sitting over here, and I'll excuse the expression, you people, and some of the council members. When this gentleman was up, my granddaughter said, "Grandma, look at them. They're not even paying attention. They all on their phones." That came from a 6-year-old. Disrespectful. He was up here speaking. This man gives his time and his energy to this city all the time, bringing up issues. I can remember coming down here when her mother was a child, and he used to always come up and say, "One eye on Paterson." It was disrespectful. This is one of our elders. This is one of the monarchs of Paterson. He should have never been treated that way. And I'd like to invite y'all down to my school. It's the Young Men's Leadership Academy. For some reason, people seem to think that it's an alternative school, middle school and grammar school. It isn't. It's a school where we have young Black and Latino boys, and they are doing things. Check us out on Facebook, Twitter. No, we don't do Facebook. We do Twitter. We do Instagram. Come in, come see the things. We have had a pilot there, a young African-American pilot who grew up in Newark. We've had college students. We've had PBA members. We just did the thing on vaping. We have a lot of stuff going on in our school. Stop by and see it. And with the young lady with the problem with the raining in her house, you need to address that. Penrose, I've worked for that company before. They're good for putting up developments in urban cities, and they're not properly structured, and there's always issues.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Morgan. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, next speaker is Mr. Shabazz.
Yeah, my name is Tahi Shabazz. I was born and raised in Paterson. I work for DPW in the sewer department. I have not been there a long time, but with my skills and quality, I've been there 4 years. And when I first got hired, you know, I had snow detail on the hills. So I came from the city of Inglewood for 15 years in DPW. So really it's not the length of time I've been there, it's the quality of my skills. You know, I have CDLs A for 25 years. And I got hired at DPW with the pay, with my skills, so I accepted. So I'm silver service in the sewer department. I could drive the roll-off truck. They use me for all the vehicles. Any equipment I could drive. But unfortunately, for some reason, they didn't put me on that list, the heavy equipment operator for the excavator. And they put somebody else on the list that I've been there 2 years before before them. And I got more experience, more seniority in this person, and he ended up on the list. And I brought it to my union.
Excuse me, sir, I apologize, Council President. We're getting very
Corporation
deep into personnel
Counsel.
issues. We're getting very deep into personnel issues, and I'm very concerned about continuing this conversation.
Well, you know, Mr. Bill Rodriguez, I told him that I was gonna bring it up. I came to City Hall, spoke to certain council people, and it seemed like I wanna know why that I ain't on the list. So, you know, like I said, you know,
Sir,
I think it's—
unfortunately, I understand your point, and I really do. However, if there's an issue with—
All right, that's all.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, Madam President. Before you leave, please just allow her to express to you what is her request for you to follow up with this. Don't just leave out and not have the information.
How about we have a sidebar, Corporation Counsel, and have, please. Sir?
Technically, we should have an affirmative action office. And so we need to give that information. You certainly have a right to have your issue and your concern. Oftentimes, what could be resolved through a conversation boils over into a bigger problem because employees are not being given the right information or access. So you have a affirmative action officer through the legal
And you have
department.
a union representative as well that
In
should
addition
be
to that,
advocating and
you have a full right to share your concern, and that matter should be addressed. As an employee, you have every right and expectation that the city should treat you fairly and that we should follow the rules. And if you think the rules are not followed, you have a constitutional right to make that complaint, and the right place to do that is the affirmative action office, and I encourage you to do that. They're on the second floor in the Corporation Counsel's office.
Okay. And Madam Chief of Staff, if you can have a conversation with him, get his information, please. Corporation Counsel. All right, Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Mr. Freeman.
Madam Clerk, how many speakers after Mr. Freeman?
That's it, he's the last person.
That is the last person?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Freeman, do you like being the last speaker?
Kinda.
Okay.
Except for the trick, a couple of weeks ago where one person wanted to come after me, so it's okay.
Okay.
Because I can take it on the chin. Don't matter. It's kind of what you say about me.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna be consistent.
Okay.
Kimmy Freeman, Third Ward. I had about 4 items here, and I'll speak very quickly because the commissioners brought up Al Moody Academy. And I've known Al Moody since 1970, when he had a neighborhood house. And Al Moody was responsible for getting me out of the roughest gang in the 4th Ward. So I appreciate that. I also worked for Al Moody, the Great Falls Academy, and I often talk about 2 of my students coming in shackled, and I had to teach these kids. And I was very good at it. So I appreciate Al Moody, and I hope the academy gets named after him. Number 2, the census. It was very cute you guys took the selfie for the census and everything, but we all know, and I've been speaking about this for several years, there are some Patersonians who are not going to take a selfie and do not want to be counted for obvious reason. We have a person who's the President of the United States. He's not too fond of illegal aliens. And I talked about this by being undercounted last time by just 5,000 votes. And we all know there's more than 150,000 people in Paterson. All right, we know that. You just count the kids and count the cars. We know that. And my neighbor just mentioned that we might lose $18 million because these people do not want to be counted. $18 million can build probably 6 community centers, 1 in each ward. We're talking about big money here. And if we don't get counted right, we won't be designated as a first-class city, and we lose a lot of the benefits that we desperately need, so we need to do that. Number 3, demolition list. We're spending $344,000 on this demolition list. And I agree with Mr. Jackson and Councilwoman Mims that maybe some of these listings can be saved, but the question is, who's going to save it? Many of these properties, when we had the board-off program, this is how I got started in real estate and started working for developers. I go and visit every property. And with my construction background and my engineering background, you can pretty much assess what building can be saved and not be saved, or if it can be saved, how much money are we willing to pay for it? Obviously, some of the owners of these properties don't have the money to fix it, don't want to fix it, and most of all, these people are not paying taxes. So at some point, there is a process. Mike Powell has told you about the process that goes when you own a property and you don't, and Councilman McCoy always talks about we can't just take away people's property, but the thing is, after a property's been vacant for 5, 10, 15, 20 years, and we see that as an eyesore in Paterson, it's a detriment to the community. We have people who are squatting there, doing drugs there, and we have to do something. I'm a person that I'm not going to just not do anything. If I see a problem, something has to be done. Now, if we have to take these properties and we have to demolish them, even though we're spending $344,000 to do it, if we can get developers to come in and spend several $1 million to develop those properties and to pay taxes, I think that's the way to go. Last thing, 99 Pearl Street, that's on the list. Past 6 weeks, 10 ODs at that particular property. I was there doing a site visit because we're trying to acquire the church that's sitting on that corner. It's been vacant for a while. We're trying to get it for development. And I went there 3 times. And every time I went there were people nodding off, doing this and doing that. All right. Last thing, Ruby Cotton. I talked to Ruby Cotton, I talked to Councilman McCoy, and also talked to Louis Velez. Last night, there was a development on Hamilton Ave that got approved. Councilman Khalik was there also, he was on the board. They voted for that development. Now we know there's another development, this is near East 18th Street. There's a development on the left-hand side. I forget how many units is there, about 40, 50 units. But now we have 20 more units that are on the right side of the block. It was mentioned that because Hampton Ave is so wide, that we suggested maybe slanted parking could be in that particular section by that development, because the biggest thing that comes up in planning and zoning committees is parking. And we all know that parking is a premium here in Paterson or anywhere else. We know we have a lot of people. So we need to, that's probably going to come up in the next couple of months. And I'm suggesting that this council approve that particular slanted parking for that particular, because we don't have enough parking. There's not enough space. So that's going to come up, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Council President.
There's no more speaker, Madam President.
Okay, very good.
Council
Can I have, hold on, can I have a motion to close the public portion?
Move.
Moved by Councilman McCoy, second by Councilman Velez. Madam Clerk, roll call to close the public portion of today's regular meeting.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public portion. Councilman Abdelaziz. Yes. Councilwoman Cotton. Yes. Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman McCoy. Yes. Councilman Mims. Yes. Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Before I say yes, I just want to tell Mr. Freeman, the church in front of 99 Pearl Street and the lot of 99 Pearl Street belong to the church. The church is under contract for a new church coming in. And yes, and that's a good thing because that church belongs to the community. And I'm happy that another church from Newark is coming down to town with nice program and everything, so, yeah.
Oh, great, because we didn't know. I was inquiring about.
My dear, we're on roll call.
Correct.
Okay.
I just want to let you know,
All right,
because
no
I have a sidebar and tell
Yeah,
you
no problem.
good things that's coming there.
All right.
So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Madam President.
Yes.
Vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Public portion is hereby closed.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So council members, we have one last item. Madam Clerk, item number
Yes.
12.
Yes,
It's a
Madam President.
resolution for the adoption of
Yes.
our.
Yes. Next
Budget?
item is item number 12, resolution regarding the adoption of the state fiscal year 2020 municipal budget, finance resolution 20066.
Can I have a motion? Moved by Councilwoman Mims. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Rivera. And Councilman Velez. Oh. Okay. Is there discussion?
Sure.
Finance Chair, Councilman Rivera.
So what we have before us is a budget, a balanced budget that has a 2% tax levy increase as mandated by the state in accordance with the MOU that we have in place. We also have a budget that provides a lot of the equipment that DPW did not have in the past to perform their duties and other improvements needed throughout the city. It also includes funding that was added not long ago from the state of New Jersey, $200,000 to do some studies. And after this, making a few discussions with the administration, we're going to try to do something that this council approved in 2016. And I don't mean to get off the topic, but there was a resolution passed in 2016 approving a contract with PKF O'Connor for $250,000, in which part of their responsibility was to perform various duties, of which one of them was doing a study, a feasibility study, dissolving the dissolving the parking authority and bringing it into a utility. Now, I asked a few of my colleagues, and they have not seen such report. So I'm gonna take the next step and ask the administration to please provide me with a copy of all the payments made to that entity and their invoices. I want to know where we spend that money from. Now, on that note, I'm going to use it as a segue to also bring to light that given that the state has provided the city $200,000, and this is a topic that have been recommended by the DCA for many years, I would recommend, and I spoke to the administration, and they have made a commitment that we will go to do an RFP in the month of March to go out and try to obtain a vendor to perform that study that wasn't complete, that wasn't done at all in 2016 with the other contract. Again, to the homeowners, this is the responsible thing to do. Like I stated previously, this budget right here is a balanced budget. Let's ask ourselves how we balance this budget this year. Yes, we got less transitional aid, which is something that we should have been doing for a long time, because the state keeps forcing our hand because we're in transitional aid. They make us increase the taxes to the taxpayers because we're receiving help from them in the form of transitional aid. Now, we're gonna do this study, a feasibility study, to see if it will be beneficial for this city to dissolve the parking authority and bring it in as a utility. A lot of municipalities have been doing it. I challenge my colleagues here on this council to also, support this measure, because we need to be responsible. This year, we balanced this budget with creating a sewer utility. What are we gonna do next year when we have a deficit in the budget? How are we gonna balance it? That is my question. We raised several millions through the sewer utility, which some of us are not happy the way it turned out to be. It was the right thing to do. We asked the administration to do a study to recalculate the sewer rate that was previously calculated that resulted in tremendous increases of homeowners. That request was several months ago, and the administration informed me that they will be doing it, they're in the process of performing that. On the note, regarding the parking authority, I looked at their financial statement, they're doing very well, so I'm looking forward to see that study. I'm gonna approve this budget. I'm gonna let you that from the beginning. I'm not gonna leave any suspense out there to the residents. But I just wanna shed light on something. We put a budget together, a responsible budget together, a balanced budget that should have provided all the services to the residents of the city of Paterson. I am not too happy about, I'm supporting this budget. It is a balanced budget, and it has everything that the administration needed to make sure that the services were provided. But this is not what is happening out there, which is very frustrating. But again, me voting no on this budget is not gonna resolve anything. It's gonna come back next week. All I want is to shed light on the issues that we have, and the administration is working on, finding some possible solutions to improve our recycling issues that we have, our garbage pickup problems that we have, lack of response time for a police department. Maybe that's part of the reason we got an audit started. Our parks, need to be maintained. There's a lot of resources that our residents deserve that they've been paying for. So on that note, I also want to bring another issue to light. When we put this budget together, this might seem something minor, but one of my colleagues, supported an introduced budget previously. That's a reflection of this budget. At the time, remember, a budget is a plan. At the time, we indicated to the administration that we wanted to hire just 4 aides, right? And we budgeted for those 4 aides at the time. Right now, there is money to hire 5. So far, only 3 aides have been hired so far. One of my colleagues wishes to hire an aide, and the money is available in the budget. And I just want to make sure I understand the administration is executing a plan we put together, they have some concerns about, letting that council member hire that aide, because the wish of the council at the time, when the budget was put together, was that only enough funding was put in that line item for 4 at the time, but the reality is that there is funding now for 5. So I just want to make that clear, Mr. BA, and I will leave it at that. Any other discussions that we want to have, but I just wanted to make that point on this budget.
Council President.
Councilman Velez?
Yes, as the chairman of statutory agency, I make some notes here. It's real, I heard Councilman Flavio regarding his request to go or move forward to this study or a analysis of parking authority. As the chairman of the statutory agency, I would like to have a meeting with the parking authority director, himself, and myself to bring highlights of what could be jeopardized. I'm not saying about moving forward. I'm saying what could be jeopardized. Remember that they took tax credit. They got projects moving forward in the city. So there's a lot of things that if people are watching out there, really those people investing through parking authority can bring out things that, hold on, let's stop now. They planning to dissolve this when we have a business moving forward. So we need to be careful in some aspect. I'm not saying that your point is not valid. Is that we need to sit down, have a theoretic discussion, okay? Because, and I was doing my points here, where the parking authority stands right now with the projects, with the tax credit, with all that, could scare off a lot of people out there and say, hold on, the municipal council is thinking of dissolving when we have still business on the road or on work on place to move forward. I'm not saying that his request about looking back what was approved or not, it was approved or whatever, is moving forward at this point on this conversation forward, having that meeting with Councilman Flavio, the director,
Okay.
and the committee as a whole also. To discuss this.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilman Velez. Councilman Rivera, Councilman McCoy.
I wouldn't mind having that discussion, but just remember, when you dissolve the parking authority, all it does is it becomes part of the city as a utility, right? Then whatever we decide to do after that, that's on us. So right now, the parking authority is the redevelopment agency. We will become the redevelopment agency, just like we were one time before we passed a resolution as a council to assign them as the redevelopment agency. I don't mind having that discussion with them, but just don't forget that they're the interested parties. All these municipalities have done it. We just got to do the responsible thing. I hate going after the taxpayers every time we have a budget deficit. When you have an entity that have over $73 million of assessed value, I looked that up 2 years ago, that have actually a surplus for the past few years. And from my understanding, I want to ask the CFO, aside from the $400,000 that they contribute, which is the only thing they contribute to us, and we provide a lot of service to them, did they contribute, in the past, did they give us a portion of their surplus?
The Paterson Parking Authority used to give us a portion of their surplus. They stopped giving that to us in fiscal 17.
Okay, I just want to put that on the record. So we have an entity that's running a surplus on a yearly basis. In this, again, if this was a utility of the city, Marge, correct me if I'm wrong on camera. If they had $2 million in surplus, could we use that to support our budget and relieve the taxpayers of the city?
We could.
Thank you very much. Again, I don't mind having the discussion, but again, I was elected here to make sure that I make the decisions that are going to benefit the taxpayers. I understand there's going to be a lot of politicians on my ear tomorrow. Most likely they're going to gear up when I run for office, but that's not what I'm here for. I am here to make the right decision. We talk about it in a few years when he comes, and if the residents decide that they don't want to vote for me, I'm okay with that, as long as I go out knowing that I made the tough decisions that will benefit them at the end.
Thank you very much,
Council
Councilman.
President.
No. Thank you very much, Councilman Rivera. Councilman McCoy?
Thank you, Council President. Earlier on I said that, all things are lawful, but not everything is expedient. I want to advise my learned colleague that he should, in fact, pay attention to what Councilman Velez mentioned. We're a body that has an orderly process. This is our regular meeting, but in addition to our regular meeting, we have a workshop meeting. In addition to our workshop meeting, we have a finance meeting where matters are discussed and brought forward and fully vet, and that we don't come to a regular meeting and throw out something on the table that all of us have not agreed to or discussed. The councilman went on to say he had already negotiated with the administration about this and that. Well, I'm a part of the finance committee, I'm a part of this municipal council, and I'm not a party to any negotiation or conversation, and it's not for any one council person to negotiate on behalf of the entire body. This issue with regards to the parking authority is not new. It comes up every election season, and it comes up from one segment of the community, of council members with a certain philosophy as to how things ought to go. And some people would call it irresponsible. I won't do that. But what I will say is that don't trample on my rights and my way of service by laying things out on a regular meeting that have not been discussed in any time. I think it's irresponsible. And I think it's unfair to the rest of the body. And it does to our investors and folks who are invested in our community, can bring certain level of alarm. It has caused that in the past, and I'm sure it will cause this time. So, Council President, I would suggest that we encourage this body to exercise some restraint. You know, we may have an idea, we may have a concern. It's all of us that have that concern, and that we should use the process of our finance committee and or the workshop to vet those issues and to see whether or not it's the intent of the entire body to have that conversation before we put matters into the public sphere. Because some things you can't take back. You put it out there and it runs as if that's something that's being deliberated by the council when it's not. One person's point of view, a philosophy that has been around for a long time. Every time somebody wants to make a point, you know, they kick that old can down the road, and I'm a little concerned with the way we are putting out information. Information should be vetted, and we shouldn't try to embarrass our colleagues, or you know, they shouldn't be caught off guard with information that they're not privy to, being put out as if it's a discussion or decision by the council when it's not.
Okay, so Councilman McCoy, that's duly noted, but, you know, I also want to say this was a discussion in finance, so I just wanted to just put that out there.
Council President.
Councilman Rivera.
Okay, so again, I want to ask the council members that were here in 2016. We hired this company to come in and take part in this study. I want to do further research. I want to know how come they didn't perform the duties that they were hired to do.
No question with that.
Why they didn't entertain this when when a lot of the municipalities out there, including Jersey City, that have seen a benefit by dissolving their parking authority. You seen Bloomfield doing the same. There's a lot of cities that are doing it. The reason we don't, if you want to see progress, you have to change certain things. And we can't continue to do things for the same way forever. Yes, we made a tough decision this year about the sewer utility, but we need to make other tough decisions to increase our rateable base.
That's not the point.
And again, but the point I'm trying to make is, let me finish, Council President. I came across this contract from 2016, and I'm asking my colleagues here. There was a press conference lately. We're going to award a contract for a police audit. You mean to tell me that no one in this council will ask a year later what has happened with the police audit? Or 2 years later, what has happened to the police audit? So we approve a contract for $250,000 to perform different functions. But one of the functions that's outlined there that's been recommended by the state for many years, no one bothers to ask on the council, and I don't mean to put people on the spot, but if you want to take that approach, All I'm saying is let's be proactive. I'm not saying we're going to dissolve the parking authority. So what is the fear? All I'm saying is let's do a study. I never said let's dissolve the parking authority. All I'm saying is let's do our due diligence as council members and have every option open to make sure that this gets done. Now, I want to hear from the administration. I passed a statement regarding funding from the state, and if we have the money available to start an RFP. The council at the time as a body to address Councilman McCoy. Later on, we have the choice to vote it down if we don't want this done.
Okay.
Am I correct, Mr. BA?
Sure, as a governing body, you
Correct.
You have an opportunity to, vote it down, vote it up, or whatever you want to do, and look at the options. With regard to the $200,000, I mean, we did get $200,000 in additional transition aid from the state to do an assessment of, city departments. I don't see why we couldn't appropriate a portion of that money to do an assessment of, any department or any authority that's connected to the city. So I do think that would be, a proper use or lawful use of the funds. But again, this council will give us the direction, and, we could certainly, follow the direction and the guidance given, by the council as to, how we should use and spend that money.
Council
Okay,
President.
very well. Councilwoman Cotton, and if there isn't any after Councilwoman
not sure,
Cotton, Councilman, okay, just Councilwoman Cotton.
I just want to say to, I've been sitting here 7 years, and I probably done read about 30,000 resolutions. And for you to say why I don't remember why one resolution didn't get done, because I'm relying on my administration to make sure once we vote on resolutions, I done read 30,000 resolutions since I've been sitting here. So it's very difficult for me to try to remember every one of them, or certain ones. There's certain ones you will remember, and you will check on it. You will eventually check on it. So to say how we never asked about it, we always had asked so many questions. We constantly asked questions. It's not, we hadn't sitting here and have not asked anything. And, as I look at the budget, I see this year we don't have a shortfall, but starting next year, we're gonna start having a shortfall. So we have to figure out, what we're gonna do. I looked at my budget, and I see certain things are up and certain things are down. I clearly would love to have seen my recreation piece a million up. We talk about our children constantly, but we're not putting our money where our mouth belongs. Not to increase our recreation. There's plenty of things in here. I'm a big believer of, if we got a little bit of money, we don't need to spend it. Let's see what it looks like the following year. And if we have extra in there that we can do, and we see, you don't get if you see you have extra, then okay. But to me, when I look through, I can see certain departments are up drastically, and some of them are down. But like I said, I would clearly have loved to see our recreation up. I see our recycling is down. All that we get tons of call about recycling not getting picked up. We get, our DPW is not where it should be. We get tons. And even though we have the money in here for the capital improvement, but you gotta remember, the capital improvement money is bond money. We borrow money to buy equipment. This ain't, it's like a credit card, and I'm always been skeptical, because after a while, I sat here when our credit score was down to nothing, and we had to use the county to help us to get through bonding issues and concerns. So, we've been, to say that no one has been watching, we've been watching. We see what some of this is that we have, but to say that, we not remember something happened in 2016 after reading 30,000 resolution. I don't know how many ordinances I might have voted on or passed.
Okay.
Might have been 5,000, but you understand what I'm saying?
Okay, Councilwoman.
Thank
yes.
you, Council President.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Council President. So just for a matter of reference, Madam Clerk, I hate to make any additional work for you because your office works extremely hard. Could you possibly put together an assessment? And if it's a bit much, we can talk about it offline. But I would like to know on an average, because I know the clerk's office works extremely hard putting together the council requests and sending them to the administration. On average, let's find out how how you are responded to from the administration for these requests. Because to Councilwoman Cotton's point, we do send in requests, and how frequently are those requests answered? So if you can help me put together a full report on the responses that you're getting, that would be extremely helpful.
Councilman, if I could just interject, it doesn't work that way. Once the clerk sends the request out to us, we respond directly to the council person. It does not go back to the clerk. So she would not have a record once she sends it out with the council request on it. We go directly to you. So it wouldn't go back to her.
Well, she can work in collaboration with your office.
Sure.
So we can get a better picture on what those responses are, because there's a number of things that I've requested that I fail to get responses on, and it's frequently done. I considered it because the position that I hold in collaboration with your office and some of the other offices in administration, maybe I'm being overlooked, but listening to some of my colleagues, it seems like a wider, problem that's been ongoing for quite some time.
Madam President, Councilman, I'm sorry, if I may, Madam President.
Madam Clerk.
Do you have a time between a year?
Whenever you.
No, I mean, what years are you referring to? Maybe since.
Since this administration has
Okay,
taken over.
Thank you.
That will be fine.
Okay.
The other question I have, Council President, is I've noticed, and I'm trying to locate it here, I know that there were some changes made because we have a number of constituent complaints. I myself have had some concerns. When you look at some of the revenues generated from well, I know that we don't have a tracking system, so we'll have to kind of pinpoint some of these items through the court system. But Madam Sharon, has there been a line item shift or budgetary changes to the the Department of Economic Development? Because I know that there's been some changes moved around where inspectors have been moved from one division to another. 6 inspectors apparently have been moved. And do we have any budget implications?
So I believe we did some changes, not this fiscal year, in 20, in titles. We changed between fiscal 18 and fiscal 19 with respect to inspectors, both part-time and full-time. Now, as far as how some of those positions were filled, subsequent to the change, I believe the title went more to a clerical position. I'm not exactly sure what the title was. It might have been keyboarding clerks in that capacity. And that was mainly because there were no clerks to support the work of the inspectors in that department. So I don't know if that is exactly answering your question, if you're looking at that.
What I'm looking at here
detail.
on page 8, general appropriations, you have the Division of Community Improvements where salary and wages went from SFY 19, there was no substantial changes or drops. So, and then you have within the Division of Planning and Zoning, a substantial difference in salary and wages from community improvements, but there's only been an increase of $30,000.
I don't have the detail here, but there may have been an additional clerical position added. That's a $30,000 as starting salary. So we may have added one position in that division, in
Okay.
planning and zoning.
So the point I'm making is, where was the shift made for those inspectors when they were moved from one division to another? And then do we also have the rationale behind why they were moved, and what has their productivity been prior and post the move? So I know that may not come directly from you. We'll talk about budgetary impact. Maybe the BA can elaborate a bit more on the, some clarity on why they were moved, and is it a more productive situation now for the residents, the way it's currently situated, or the way it was situated prior?
I can't elaborate right now. I really don't have that information, so.
Yeah, that's tough. We have to vote on this, and you don't have any information.
Well, information regarding productivity of the unit, I mean, I know it has some relevance to the budget, but that's not what we're being asked to vote on tonight, whether, they're being productive or not. I presume if we made the changes, they are. I apologize that we don't have the information right now to answer a question so specific about a particular department and their performance. If it was something that we could have, learned beforehand, probably we could have had the information, but I can't answer that right now without guessing.
Okay.
Council President.
All right. So, Councilman, your last statement, I'd like to move forward, if everything is okay, to move forward with today's vote. And at the time of your vote, you can make your last statements. I'm going to respectfully ask that you do it quickly.
Yeah, I'm going to do it quickly. I just, when Councilman was making a statement, we should move forward, parking authority or not, and having the city manage parking authority, and his statement, this and that. City had a lot of opportunity to move project forward, and I could mention the Armory, Hinckley Stadium, look where we at right now, and there be failures from past administration. So we have to be careful where we put a gold mine in our city if we're not straightening out a lot of stuff. But when we approved this resolution,
2016,
they gave us 2 pieces of paper. Okay, 2 pieces of paper. Now, I see almost 20 or 30 pages of what this company probably did or not recommended, because it looks like whatever I'm reading here is that they already did the study. That's the administration to answer or not. If they did a study, because for example, let's go only for the parking authority one.
Council President.
Hold on, Councilman. Hold on,
Council
Councilman.
President.
We're in discussion, Councilman. We're in discussion.
Council President.
Councilman.
Point of order.
One second.
We're talking about the budget, and
Councilman,
the
I
item
have
on
the
the
floor.
agenda is the budget, and we're
Okay.
talking about an ordinance from 2016 that has no reflection on this current
It has
budget.
reflecting
but
what we're talking about.
Councilman Velez, Councilman Abdelaziz.
I just
I'm
wanna
actually
make
in
my last
agreement
point.
with
Yeah.
Councilman Abdelaziz that I really wanted to stick to the budget. Okay, we are in the middle. So
this is the thing, and Councilman McCoy just said it. We cannot raise things on the regular meeting that everybody's watching out there, and we're gonna leave them in suspense just because.
no, this is coming back.
That's
This is
what- I know,
something he
but-
mentioned, something he
correct.
wanted to see. He has the right because he's getting ready to
Correct.
vote on a budget.
And the reason I'm saying is because I'm reading old pages of this booklet in the back, and a lot of this stuff have been implemented in the city, especially parking authority. They upgraded their ticket system and parking meters. They studied the cost benefit increasing utility meter enforcement personnel.
Council President,
Okay.
point of
there's a
order.
lot
This
of
is not a
stuff.
Councilman
Parking
Velez,
Authority
Councilman
meeting.
Velez, Councilman
The
Velez.
councilman put a
That's why,
recommendation
Councilman,
for
point of order.
discussion.
When she gave you the chair,
Ask corporate
Councilman,
One second.
with all due respect,
Council members.
with all due respect,
I am respectfully asking both.
please, Council
Okay.
President, with all due respect, he's interrupting. If you tell me that's it and stop and he had to speak, that's okay. I'm not interrupting him at all.
Councilman, and that is duly noted, okay? I really want us, as I said, I want us to stick to the budget, okay? This is an additional item we're definitely going to
Thank you.
address. I think it is important, before I take a vote, and I ask for the vote, Madam Clerk, I want to ask the administration and Mr. BA, the request of our finance chair
The study came on.
to move forward with a possible RFP So I need to hear this. Is that going to be, will the administration, one second, one second. No, because I'm getting ready to take an action on something, correct? No, I'm not. Because you know what, we're talking about a budget. I'm tired of going to the taxpayers every single time, put it on the taxpayer.
That's a false argument. That's a false argument, and you're buying into the same thing that you were correcting.
No, Councilman, everyone has their own opinion, okay? And as a council person, I'm gonna say that I wanna look at all entities. Okay, that's what I want to do. I want to do my due diligence. That's all I'm asking. No one is saying here, for the record, no one is saying we're going to dissolve the parking authority. It is something that we should look at. Let's look at a study. There's nothing wrong with that.
The discussion should come from the council. It shouldn't come from a private conversation
It
and
was
private
not a
collaboration.
private conversation,
and
Councilman.
you drop it out in the middle of the floor.
No, Councilman.
You don't do that.
Councilman McCoy.
You go from committee to workshop where everybody
Councilman
can participate.
McCoy, and you're
You don't
correct.
surprise your colleagues with a conversation in the middle of a regular
Councilman
meeting.
McCoy.
That's inappropriate.
Councilman McCoy. Council members, let me finish. Councilman McCoy, this was just not dropped. This came to the finance meeting.
And then it goes to workshop.
And that is correct.
Right.
Okay?
But never in a workshop.
Councilman McCoy.
You don't put that on the floor. You have a lot of people's lives that lingers on this. You have financial institutions, financial programs that hinge on all of this, and you drop something in the middle of the floor, not having the time to discuss it, haven't discussed it with everybody. It's irresponsible.
It's gonna come back. No, this is just a conversation right now.
And it's not a conversation. You're on live and you're in public and everybody's hearing you.
And
So
that
it's
is
not a
probably the reason
conversation.
why Councilman, I can't speak for Councilman Rivera, but he did it because our workshops are not televised.
That's inappropriate.
Okay.
It's inappropriate
Council
to do that.
Okay,
It's
so
irresponsible.
Councilman Rivera, Councilman Abdelaziz.
I don't want to be redundant here. I just don't understand why. I want to know the reason why it is so difficult just to look at an entity. This is not the first time that something gets discussed in finance, and because of the interest of time, right, we decide to bring it here to the floor. We have a lot of people in this council body right now approved the same thing I'm discussing right now in 2016. This council body approved a contract.
Okay.
Councilman
McCoy. Councilman McCoy, Councilman Rivera has the floor.
When I say we, I meant the finance committee. This is not the first time that something gets discussed in the finance committee and is presented for a vote. And we're not voting on this right now. All we're asking is for a commitment from the administration that before we take this vote, some monies was allocated to us by the state. And all we're asking the administration is to look into this matter and go out for an RFP in which the council is going to have an opportunity later on to either turn down or not. So what is the issue? We're not making any commitments to do anything right now.
Let me explain.
Wait, another thing. And yes, this is part of the budget discussion, but let me just make it clear for the viewers. Some people are saying, oh, people are going to lose their jobs now. All we're doing is doing a study, which is being recommended by the state forever. And for whatever reason, I don't know which political figures
You're missing
are
the
making.
point.
No.
1 second.
I'm going to pass this comment before I end this discussion.
Okay.
I am sure there's a lot of people in higher office that don't want this study to take place. And that's why there's a lot of pushback. What harm does this do? Nothing. You approved the same thing in 2016. We're not voting on this. I just want a commitment from the administration that we're going to use this money for the study.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilman Rivera. No. Councilman Abdelaziz, then Councilman McCoy.
Thank you, Council President. So, what's before us right now is an adoption of the budget. And it's taken a turn towards a different discussion. And if I'm not mistaken, and I urge the council to try to get back on track. Usually I go off track, and I'm looking at that we should get back on track of discussing the budget. My colleague, Councilman Rivera, had the floor, discussed how his opinion on how he has ideas to save taxpayers' money. Every council, when I go vote for this budget, I'm going to give you guys my explanation of why I'm supporting this budget, what I want to see in future budgets. simply forward, he made a recommendation or his opinion on a discussion that we should have. A feasibility study. All hands on deck. Every study should be put in place when looking at saving the taxpayers' money. But at the end of the day, this is not on the agenda. There is no discussion about the parking authority or whatever agency. We have a budget in front of us. I agree with Councilman McCoy. We're not voting on anything right now. There is no need for an uproar tomorrow. The parking authority will be in effect. There will be workers. It's not the time to have that discussion right now. We should have this discussion back at workshop. Councilman Rivera put it on the floor what his recommendations are as a council person that could save, that he believes. We wouldn't know. The feasibility study may say, hey, Paterson City, you can't handle this entity. We don't dissolve it. I don't know. I wasn't here in 2016. I haven't heard the experts. What I'm saying is let's take a step back. Let's not put on our boxing gloves right now. We're not, there's no vote in front of us about any dissolution of any entity or any agency. The councilman asked the administration for a commitment to look at an agency. The business administrator said the state has given us $200,000 to look at agencies, and that the money's there from the state. So, Council President, I would say let's take a step back. Let's reset. It's out there. Councilman McCoy is right now. This should go through the proper channels if the administration is going to do that. But let's talk about the budget, and let's hope we can get a roll call on the budget that's in front of us, because we could put our gloves on and really go after each other or put our arguments when we should be talking about the budget. A lot of people are looking, when we talk about people are looking at us, we got a lot of people looking at us at this current budget. We got a lot of people waiting for us to adopt this budget down in Trenton, So that's all I'm asking. I'm not on any agency or whatever. So let's get back to the thing of roll call and discuss the budget, hopefully.
Okay. Councilman McCoy.
Very, 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 very simple, Madam President and council colleagues. In no way, shape, or form am I suggesting that we shouldn't do a study, we shouldn't do a conversation. What I'm suggesting to you is that the things that we say here can have an impact on the market, on the environment in which we're doing business currently. The Parking Authority is involved in development and going out and getting loans and bonds and transactions at this very moment. If we had a discussion in the Finance Committee and we think that that was worthy, it's not for the councilman, and you said the same word, he's asking the administration to commit. That means he's asking the administration to take action. He's not the person to ask the administration to commit to our RFP. That should be the governing body. He may suggest, he may recommend, but he should not stand here, nor the council president, and say, I want a firm commitment that you're going to do this and assume that that's going to do it, because that's not the will of the council. This matter, if it was discussed in finance and deemed to be viable, reasonable, it should have been brought to workshop that all of us have an equal opportunity to weigh in on that and come up with a consensus as to how we're going to move forward, and we move forward to the regular meeting and we put it out. I suggest that throwing it on the floor on a televised meeting without being vetted, without the proper safeguard, could alarm the public or the financial institution in which we're doing deals right now that are critical and create harm to the very institution that we're trying to protect. And that's my only point, that the process should have been better handled.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Rivera, and then Madam Clerk, I'd like a roll call.
Just briefly, the reason this topic was brought up is because we have new monies on the budget. The amendment was for $200,000 from the state of New Jersey. Am I correct, Mr. BA? Okay, that's the reason why this got brought up to the floor. Every other line item, or most of the line items in the budget, we had the opportunity to have budget hearings with the departments and have a discussion with this administration to see what's the plan for the amount of monies that we will be billing our taxpayers. Now, when the $200,000 came up that was awarded by the state of New Jersey, my next question was, what ever happened with the study in 2016? Since it was not done at that time, we had the conversation in finance today. If there's a possibility, if we could revisit this study, not with the intent of dissolving the parking authority, but at least to do our due diligence as council members. Now, you want to talk about financial institutions? If Moody's and our credit agencies see this meeting, right, read the transcript from this meeting, and see that the council is trying to do the right thing and look at other areas, they will look favorable on our behalf. Marge, don't they look at things like this, actions by the council? One of the things is the sewer utility. If they also see that we're looking into the parking authority and do things, let me just, Council President, could you let the CFO respond?
So I have to answer this way. It's a sword that can cut both ways. It can be both positive and negative. And as Councilman McCoy indicates, there are other issues that could reverberate in the business community that we wouldn't understand. But again, it's something we're moving forward with. And that's that. We have the money from the state in the additional revenue we received of $200,000 to perform these performance reviews.
And that's what it is. Listen, to the council body, you need 2/3 votes to dissolve anything. All we want is a study.
Okay.
That's all we were looking for.
Very good. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Roll call on item number 12.
Yes.
President?
Sorry?
Council President? Do you get? All right.
Is, Council President?
Councilman Kalik?
Is, Mr. Bia, is the study gonna be in this budget or no?
No.
Study of the parking authority, is it gonna be in this?
It's into budget.
Well, what
I'm
we
just
just,
asking a question.
Okay.
yes, what we discussed in finance, and I think.
Is it gonna be included in this budget? That's
Yeah,
what
it
I'm
is.
asking.
The $200,000 is included.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Wait, just for clarity, the 200,000 is here, but it does not identify what will be done. There's a request on the floor, so I just want clarity. It doesn't specify that that particular study will be done because that has not been presented before the council.
The $200,000 doesn't request any particular thing. It was given to us to do.
Right.
Correct.
Exactly. So it says it's here. Here's my concern. I wasn't gonna say anything, I was just gonna vote. But here's my concern. 2016, whatever year, I wasn't here, so I'm not sure what was done. But my concern, why that item? I am very sure there's other items that went before this council that may or may not have been done. We don't know that. We really don't. So my concern, and really my almost like an easiness is, why from 2016 did we target one particular item? That's a concern for me. I'm not sure what else, what other items, I don't know. But out of the haystack of all those items and documents from 2016, where did this item come from? And why is it being presented as a recommendation in general? That's just a concern for me. I'm not putting it for any commentary. It concerns me that from 2016, and I know that we should be questioning why something that was passed, we don't have any information or it wasn't done. But now it even alarms me more to say what else was passed that wasn't done.
Right.
So if we're gonna do anything, I don't think this should be just for that. It should be an open study of everything that's been passed, not just from
And
2016.
that was the discussion,
Because
Councilwoman.
my concern is almost like, we have an election coming up on May 12th. Thank God I'm not running. So my concern is we're picking out of the needle of haystacks of items that later on you're gonna see on an ad somewhere, or see it whatever, and it's inappropriate. Like, I think if we're gonna look at whatever's been done that has not been produced for the city, then we have to say we're gonna do it for 10 years, 5 years, or put together some type of strategic plan of what we wanna do, and not just present one particular item. I'm not sure if that's been done or even questioned, I'm not sure, because we have meetings in committee that we don't have reports for. So I don't know if that's been done, said, or whatever, but I'm just saying on the record, I'm not sure where this one item came from. And I'm not sure if there's other items
Councilwoman, there are more, there are more
13,
items.
but my
President.
thing is just do
Okay,
a
one
whole
second.
general,
Councilman Rivera,
do a general overview of everything, not just one particular item, and I don't think it should be just that listed in this $200,000 budget.
Okay, so Councilman
So
Rivera,
very
Councilman Jackson,
briefly,
I did say I wanted to take the vote.
I'll tell you where it came from. I've been coming to these council meetings and reading reports from the state and everything, and there's been a recommendation from the state for maybe the past 10 years. A recommendation from the state for the past 10 years.
Okay, okay.
Yes, to do the study, to look at it's been in many MOUs actually in the past.
But
Okay,
you're saying in general. it's
No,
not for that item.
for this item I'm talking about, for this study. And now, the reason I brought up 2016 is because the council finally took action on hiring a company to do several things, not just this thing, other things too that maybe didn't get done. But what I'm saying is, during my campaign trail for many years, I said that we don't have room, we don't have land to build and create a lot of ratables in this city, and we gotta do things that would have an instant effect on certain, on the taxpayers, benefiting the taxpayers. And this is one thing, it's just a study, we're not dissolving anything, but again, there's been a recommendation for the past maybe 10 years from the state. This is not new. The council never acted on it before.
Okay.
So that's all I gotta say.
thank you very much. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Council President. And I know that Councilwoman Mims' reply or comment was she didn't open up the floor for, or raise the concern for commentary, but once, once the cat is let out the bag, it opens it up for all kinds of scrutiny. And I take my hat off to Councilman Rivera. I don't view it as being one item. That's the job of being a council person, to be prudent, to be diligent on the concerns. The issue is that this council has ignored its responsibility. We've taken, this council as a body, as a whole, has decided to address some of the social and other issues throughout the community, and yet ignoring a lot of the misappropriations and or irresponsibility of the council's actual job. For example, I have made a note on a number of different occasions, the various departments that need to be scrutinized. The purchase of the building on Ellison Street for $5 million that wouldn't appraise for one. The trailer park that we purchased for 1.4, not to digress on that, but the PRC misappropriating over $15 million over the past several years. The Housing Authority, the Fifth Avenue project that's being sold for $1 million for 17 acres. I have consistently asked for these things to be looked into, which, unfortunately, and even from Corporations Council's position today, if one council person is sitting here yelling bloody murder while everybody else is, doing something different. So I applaud the effort of Councilman Velez. It doesn't speak to of whether, because we, there's a lot of us that have confidence in the director of the parking authority, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't deserve an extra an eye on it, because that is the job of the council, to be prudent, to be fiscally responsible, to make sure that we're going through these line items one at a time, to make sure that our spending practices and those who we allow and we endow with the authority to oversee these activities that may or may not be working on the behalf of the community. So when I'm getting phone calls every single day from people who are being overran by the Department of Housing, and they can't get 100% paid out on a voucher, and we have so many different people being evicted and losing their residency, and we're not looking to be responsible to do some oversight on these entities, that's a big concern, including the fact that when you go to these meetings at the Housing Authority in particular, I can't really speak for the Parking Authority, they're not even going through some of the items. Some of the items don't even get presented. So, and members of this council have appointees on these bodies, and we're not making sure that these jobs are being done. So yes, I don't think it's something very small. I think this is necessary. Oversight is the job of the council. It's not to come forward and, I know that we like to create citations and honor people through the community, but that's not the sole purpose, or that's not the priority of the council. It should be to make sure that we're being responsible in the oversight of these entities that's responsible for millions of dollars and that have direct impact on the community, whether through new parking meters placed at certain places or properties that's being given, long-term tax abatements for developers to come in and walk away with $12 million developers fees, as is in the case of the Riverside Terrace, Fifth Avenue project. 17 acres being sold for $1 million. That's irresponsible. I've been saying it a very, very long time, especially when we've seen 1 acre sell for $3 million. If you just do the math on that, the equivalent should be $53 million on the property that's being sold. But anyway, Council President, I think we should be ready at this point for a roll call.
Madam Clerk, I really want, make your statements, please, make your statements when you vote, please. I really want us to move forward.
Okay, so let me make just my final point. I don't have an issue with a feasibility study because I've mentioned it here in many meetings. I think there needs to be an overview of various departments, and we are already starting police. What I would like to see done, or I'm making a recommendation, maybe there should be a priority listing of order of importance of which ones we do first and what the needs are, cost benefit analysis, whatever that looks like. But we have to be able to have a structure in place so when whatever we're doing, we can justify why we're doing what particular department first, what's the order, what's the priority. So I have no issues with the study. I think it needs to be done. I've said it here. I'm glad that $200,000 is being allocated. I pray that we get more. But we need to do a study throughout the city, not just in certain particular areas, but we got to prioritize and identify which areas, why we're doing it, so there's a justification and there's a cost-benefit analysis attached, so it helps us to prioritize when it comes to funding, what's the need, what are not the needs, a request for ask from the state, and those type of things. So that's what I'm stating. Nothing against anybody what was said tonight. I'm just saying that we have to make sure we do business in a more structured manner. I think it's very important for us because when we're continually asking for aid from the state. These are justification points. It doesn't take away from anything that was said tonight. When you're going before them, having all this structure in place helps us to have justification points. And that was the point I was driving.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Yes, roll call on item number 12, the adoption of the state fiscal 2020 municipal budget. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I could see when the budget hearings for next year happen, we have a lot of solutions and a lot of discussions we need to discuss for next year's budget. But currently for this year's budget, I'd like to speak to the residents of the 6th Ward. In front of us, I want to make it very clear. We have a responsible budget that has a 2% tax levy increase. I want to make that very clear. This isn't a 2% tax increase on your tax bill. This is an increase on your tax levy. And what's the difference? When I'm looking at this budget, and when I say a responsible budget, the 2% increase on the tax levy is approximately $3.1 million. But with this budget, and what we're responsible as a council person, I have to look at is the portion of of your tax bill that comes from us, the municipal portion, which is 60% of your tax bill. The other 40%, this body right here does not have a say in it because it's divided by other agencies. But this budget will actually show a decrease in your municipal portion of your bill. And I'm up for election this year. And I'm going door to door and I'm going to tell the residents, I'm going to show the residents the fiscal responsibility that this council and this administration has put together a budget with a 2% tax levy increase, not your tax bill. And then you ask yourself, how could your tax levy increase but our tax bill decrease? Because in the last year, our ratables has increased by $400 million. So when we're out here, when I ran last year and I was on the ballot box and I said that, how's a way we could stabilize taxes? How is a way that we could decrease your taxes? Is the way increase ratables. And administration, through the economic development, you've seen vacant land be put back on the tax rolls. You've seen vacant properties utilized that get a tax bill now. So these are the things in the past year that this administration, this council, through the, I got to commend the finance committee for keeping, making sure that the administration was held accountable, putting a budget together. But for instance, if you don't have this, I will be posting this. I'll be going door to door with this document. If you look at the assessed value on some of the properties, in the 6th ward, I'm going to use some, between $250,000 and $400,000 are most assessed values in the 6th ward. You're looking at a minus 1.3% decrease in your tax bill. And I want my colleagues to realize that. But it's not only numbers in this budget. Do I agree with everything in this budget? Absolutely not. There's things in there that I may not agree with, but I have to look at the big picture. The big picture in a $256 million budget, I don't agree with every single dollar that's expended. I'm not there saying, everything we spent on is the right thing. No. We could do better. We could find ways to cut costs, and we're going to have that discussion for next year's budget. But I could look at what I delivered as a 6th Ward Council and what we're bringing back in the budget. That's what I look at. How could I look into a budget, see what's in the budget, and bring back the most of my residents in the 6th Ward? We have a new park opening up on the south side off of Marshall Street in Hazel that's going to help out the residents. A state-of-the-art, multi-million-dollar park that's coming to near the 6th Ward. Our infrastructures, we just approved a road repavement where 4 or 5 roads in the 6th Ward is getting repaved. I'm currently sitting with the administration to look at more initiatives, more park space in the 6th Ward. And excuse me. Oh, listen, I take great pride when they say I'm the mayor of the 6th Ward, because that's how I like to operate in the 6th Ward. I like to deliver in the 6th Ward. And when we look at a budget, and excuse me, colleagues, for going on now, but I stayed quiet a lot during this meeting. But when you look at this budget, when we talk about recycling, where issues in recycling, we've approved a capital plan that's going to give DPW more resources. So you can't support DPW, but not support this budget. We want to talk about police accountability. For years, we've talked about police body cams. It's in this budget. So when you vote no on a document, you can't support it when the money's in there to support the initiatives, while maintaining a decrease in your municipal tax portion. That's what you call fiscal responsibility. You're going to see people talk about it, but there's not going to be people that are going to be about it. And this budget shows that we're doing the right thing. And I'm up in May. I'll have this in my pocket, in my jacket pocket to show, but I want to make the public very, very clear. A tax levy increase does not mean a 2% tax bill increase. We expanded our economic ratables. We're bringing things, more initiatives and capital improvements and infrastructure improvements in the 6th Ward. And I urge the administration, we have a 6th Ward Neighborhood Association meeting February 20th. March, I would hope, I'm going to ask through the administration, I hope you could come and present and show the residents how this fiscal responsible budget that shows a tax decrease on the municipal portion of the tax bill to show how we're working hard to improve our services but remain fiscally responsible. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton?
Madam Clerk, I want to pass.
Okay. Councilman Jackson?
Pass.
Councilman Kalik?
I am not passing. Number doesn't lie. Okay? Well, I'm keep hearing on memorandum of understanding, we must raise 2% tax increases, correct? Correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Tax Levy, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Sharon. On 2017, we had a tax decrease,
That's correct.
correct? But we still got the transitional aid, correct?
Correct. At that point, the MOU did not have a written statement to that effect that the city of Paterson shall increase the tax levy by 2%. Because of that action, that is when, subsequent to that, the state mandated it in writing
So
in the MOU.
Okay, so what do you mean not written? So previous years, when we were raising taxes, so we did not have a MOU, written MOU. We were doing on our
No,
own.
one of the terms within the MOU was written in subsequent to the action in fiscal 17 when the governing body reduced the tax levy as proposed. And subsequent to that, the state mandated in writing in the MOU as one of the terms.
Okay, well, I'm committed on not continuing to ask the taxpayer to bail the city out on tax increases and sewer bills. By creating the sewer utility, we have raised $3 to $5 million extra, which we used to use from our general budget, correct? So we are not using that money for the sewer utility. That should be a surplus on our general budget, correct?
If the state did not cut our transitional aid by 3.7 million this year for the 15% reduction,
So $3.7 million they cut from that.
right, this was the first year, even though that was something in the application every year since the transitional aid applications were submitted, that the city was every subsequent year to reduce its aid by 15%.
Okay, how much did we save from our health insurance this year, from previous year?
Well, in this budget year, cumulatively, our savings is well over 10 million.
Okay, so another $10 million saving.
Well, it's
I
not-
like hearing the word saving.
No, but on a budget, that was our cost, because don't forget,
Right.
we only, this is our first full year under the state health benefit plan.
Also, last year, as I recall, before we adopted the budget, the sale of the armory, the $3 million, was supposed to be on the last year budget, 2019. But the final adoption of the budget, it wasn't included, the money wasn't included in the budget. So there should be another $3 million of saving for year 2020, correct?
No, before that budget, before fiscal 19's budget was adopted, we had to amend the budget and take the $3 million out for the armory.
Correct.
Due to the fact that the closing did not take place. The state would
Right,
not
so-
allow us.
Correct, so that money is
Was
for
not part of the budget.
for last year, but is part of this year.
And this
budget.
year, we've anticipated, we've closed, and the money is received. in
So that's
treasury.
another $3 million saving for this year. We're supposed to spend that money year before.
No, it's part of this budget that's
It's
balanced.
as a part of this budget. So I'm looking at extra another like $12 million right there. Am I wrong? Well,
Yes.
I'm asking this here.
It-
How
so
am I wrong?
It's, the $3 million from the armory was part of balancing fiscal 20's budget. It's part of the introduced budget in all of the revenues. So
So if we don't sell that property, we would not have that $3 million for this year budget, correct?
if that closing had not taken place to date, the budget would have to have been amended for the $3
So
million.
we would have $3 million less.
Well, but it didn't happen that way. They closed. We closed on it a couple of months ago, and so it's part of the balanced budget of the $256 million budget for fiscal 20. That $3 million was part of the original budget as introduced,
Well,
balancing the entire budget.
I think raising the taxes and sewer fees is not the solution. We have to look at long-term. Creating ratables is good to hear that we got $400 million. $400 million more for the ratables. But where is the money spending? I don't see the services increasing. Services keep going down. You know, I call DPW every day. If you go to Sherwood Ave, Go to Sherwood Ave, that's the street I live on. We hired a company in Montana. They dug up the whole street Monday. They left it as it is. I sent a video to the DPW director. Even our engineer, Fred, he has no idea about it. So who is checking this work? I don't think we don't have any inspector out there. But every other day you keep, as soon as you open the newspaper, you see this person getting hired, that person getting hired. Where is that money coming from? So we need better services. Until I see the services improve, I'll keep voting no on the budget. My vote is no.
Thank you. Councilman McCoy?
Madam Sharon, how much in transitional aid are we getting as part of this budget that we're introducing?
So the total amount that we're receiving for fiscal '20, inclusive of the 200,000, is, give me a second, 24,850,000.
24 million, right? And the required 2% contribution or increase that we are asked to put in equates to how much?
3,118,000.
3 million, roughly. All right? Ladies and gentlemen, here's the analysis. Here's the analysis. The fact of the matter is, regardless of what we have sold or developed, our budget is short by $27 million. $27 million. We're short, okay? The state is saying, out of the state funding, I will give you $24 million, and all you have to put in is $3 million. A little over 10%. And we're going to sit here and look a gift horse in the mouth and argue that we're not willing to pitch in to balance our own budget by that small amount when the person is giving you $24 million? I do it this way. My kid wants to buy a pair of sneakers. And when I was growing up, sneakers cost $12. I know that nowadays with the Air Jordan, it's a lot more. But let's say that sneakers cost $27, okay? And I say, look, Johnny, you're going to have to help yourself. Wash the dishes, cut the grass, mow the lawn. You're going to have to earn yourself $3. And when you got your $3, I will give you $24 on top of that so you can buy the sneakers for $27. And the kid looked back at me and said, Dad, I'm a kid. I don't have to contribute nothing. You pay for the entire thing. Doesn't work that way. We ought to be responsible to the taxpayers. I'm going to give you a story. Councilman Abdelaziz, the mayor of the 6th Ward, would find this very amusing. It has taken me the last 2 months to find a campaign headquarters in the 3rd Ward. You know why? Economic development is booming. There is no empty storefront. 3rd Avenue and Route 20 had vacancies. Those are filled. We've got AutoZone, we've got Sprint, we've got Rise, we've got economic development booming. Vreeland Avenue, where I had my campaign headquarters before, booming, renovation, every spot is rented. I looked the entire ward, I couldn't find a single spot. Tonight, I was able to renegotiate a lease to get a sublease, right? That's how I was able to get my campaign headquarters, because I'm overlaying on top. There's a spot on the corner of Vreeland Avenue and Park. It's been vacant for about 15 years. That's being redeveloped. Domino's is coming.
Yeah.
Frank and Joe is on the market. Somebody's looking to move in there. The only other spot there is a Chinese store. The guys move out. and I didn't want to move stoves and disconnect pipes and all of that, so that's still available. So if somebody's looking for a spot, the one spot in the 3rd Ward that's available is Park Avenue and the Chinese spot. We have a brighter future, and it started, Councilwoman, I believe, in the 4th Ward, with the kind of infill housing that's been taking place. Yes. And a lot of people can give criticism, but it gave the spark that says there's opportunity in Paterson. Yes. And a lot of folks are coming to Paterson. The Transit Village is getting ready to kick off, and we're seeing development taking place all around. The Route 20 corridor is going to be bringing in extra money. Every single one of those properties. We had a 7-Eleven that started out. The old Exxon gas station is being redeveloped, new business. Hacienda has been refurbished and represented. I got to go there for dinner. I hope my wife will take me. It's booming. 5th Avenue, as bad as we want to say it is, I think it's a fantastic opportunity to bring quality housing to public housing and employees to open up that situation, impact in terms of crime, and improve the quality of life, and give back to public housing their space and their opportunity to live in a decent home just as I do. So I support this budget, not because I'm excited about a 2% contribution, but I think it's a necessary contribution that all of us, fair-minded people, honest individuals, can make a contribution. The councilman did an excellent rendition of his campaign speech as to why he should be returned to office, because he was fiscally responsible with the things that were laying before him, and I agree. I absolutely agree. And I look forward to that debate. Whoever is going to take the simplistic vote that I voted against taxes, you weren't being an adult, you weren't being fiscally astute, and you were being irresponsible. This is a responsible budget. It's a responsible contribution that we receive additional funding from the state, and I think we would be irresponsible not to move forward and to let the public know that there's a promise of a better day and a brighter day coming. It shall not always be the way it is now. These new properties that are being developed, these empty lots on Lafayette that is now being converted to housing, they're not tax exempt. They're going to be paying taxes. So we're going to see a better budget, and we'll be able to finally transition off of transitional aid. And until you can say to the state, we no longer need your money, then we can begin to retrench and stabilize and reduce the taxes that are here. And the CFO pointed out, rightfully so, I was here. The experience was we made a last-minute adjustment, ill-advised, with some opportunities that we have, and instead of going forward, we reduce the levy and say we're reducing taxes, all at the same time we have a handout to the state. It was a slap in the face because they have already committed to give us the money, and we went behind the back and took away our responsibility. So what did they do? They codified it in writing as a contract, as an agreement, that we couldn't do that again. So we don't have to hide from that circumstance. That's the situation that we're in. We are in a hole. We're digging our way out, but at the same time, we're going to pay as we go. We're going to bear our portion of the burden, and the state is also going to help us by making a significant contribution. Much more than we're putting in, the state is putting in. And I think we say to them, thank you, Mr. State. We appreciate your help. We're going to, Mr. Governor, broadly. When I say the state, it's not the governor's money. He's not taking it out of his pocket. But let me do right. Let me clean that up. Yeah. Thank you, the Honorable Governor, for your faith in Paterson. You told us that you have our backs, and you have kept your word, and we certainly appreciate that. My vote is yes, and I look forward to the debate. I look forward to the conversation. And anybody that's going to challenge on a 2% contribution, do your homework, come prepared, because I'm not taking any prisoners.
Councilwoman Mims. Wow, Councilman McCoy. Oh, that was good. And so we've been on transitional aid for over a decade. And over a decade, we've been getting 27 million, 25 million. I believe this is the lowest that we've received since I've looked at the records over, I believe, the last 11 years. Is this the lowest that we received?
No, we did receive lower in the early.
What year was that, the early what?
12, 13, 14, I'm not
Okay.
sure, exactly sure, but
So-
probably
so-
22 million?
So in the last 11 years, so,
Yeah.
right? So I'm in the same ballpark. We're
Yes.
still on the field. We're still on the field. So we're, at this juncture, we're in a very critical juncture. I've been asking for, since July 1st, 2018, a strategic financial plan to see, for us to come off of transitional aid. I've been asking for that. There's not a formulated, documented plan. However, there has been progress to the progress of what it looks like to come off, and we're weaning ourselves off, which I think is prudent, because sometimes you drastically come off and then there's a shakeup. So I see that we are doing it. So back in grammar school, I learned a word, it's called it's a prefix, which means again. So the first thing I had to do was a reassessment of my ideology of this budget. There's some stuff in the budget that I totally don't agree with. But there are some things in the budget that I do agree with when it comes to DPW needing equipment, when it comes to recreation, getting more funding, when it comes to parks being improved, so many things. It took me to my next read, which is a resurgence. I believe that we, as a community, we're on the verge of a resurgence. Revitalization is always better than deprivation. There's been some blighted areas, some land where it's being redeveloped, stuff that's been on the roads for a long time. It's coming in, developers are coming in, they're buying it. We have a lot of people that have a lot of housing concerns. We have a lot of people that are now going to be able to have housing, which is great. But then the other thing that I believe is important, as the third largest city in the state of New Jersey, that because of some of the concerns, because of some of the negativity, we were not present, and I think that now we're being represented. And so because of that, tonight, with all of the reassessments that I've done, the resurgence I believe that's happening, the revitalization that's going on, and the fact that we're being represented, I'm gonna give a reward tonight, and I'm gonna vote yes on this budget, because I believe that this budget is moving in the right direction. And let me put this on notice. There's a rumor that I was gonna vote no because I wanna run for mayor. So tonight I wanted to dead all the liars and all the gossipers that I vote responsibly and I do my homework. So for everyone that said it, even as I was sitting here, I want to be clear, I was not on my phone texting or whatever. I was doing a reassessment of why I believe Paterson is one of the greatest cities in the state of New Jersey, and actually on this side of heaven. And so I'm really excited tonight. I am voting yes on this budget. I believe that we're on the right track. Are there some things we need to work on? Absolutely. We're not perfect, and the budget is not either. But the budget is responsible, and there's been some hard work that has went into it, and I believe next year will be even better. So my reward on tonight for this budget, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
I just want to share a few things. I'm not concerned with the actual budget itself, but the handling of the budget. I just want to let the public know that this budget actually started back on July 1st. And in the Finance Committee, we tend to ask for certain reports, such as overtime reports and others. I'm not going to get into detail. But I just want to point something out that will lead into a similar exercise that Councilman McCoy put together for you. So I happened to receive an overtime report that I've been asking for a while, and I finally got it. And a few days ago, I got it. And I remember reading stories in newspapers and getting information from this administration about they made last year to actually don't hire DPW workers and instead let them work overtime, as you could recall. Well, I'm looking at the overtime report for this year, and they're heading in the same direction. If you do the projection, they're probably going to make the same amount or more than last year. Also, police. I know councilmen from the 6th Ward and myself, we were a little proactive and asked the police to actually, we created a quality of life unit to have better response time for certain calls from the residents. But last year, I believe the police had overtime of like 2.6, 2.7 million. They're already at 2 million this year, and we're only in February. So why am I saying all of this? I'm gonna do the same little exercise that Councilman McCoy did, but a little differently. So let's say that next year we have the same deficit of $27 million. But if you read the memorandum of understanding, I was told when Council President and I went to Trenton that technically we're supposed to get 85% of what we got the previous year. Not the same amount, but 85% of what we got the previous year. So that would be about $21 million. We have a shortage of 27, right? That's $21 million. Let's say we do the same mandated 2% increase. Let's say another $4 million. That puts us at 25. Now, if this administration is mindful and responsible in its handling of the funding, right, looking out for the type of increases that they're handing out, the positions that they're creating without or filling without doing research and making sure that those positions are actually needed, and also keeping an eye on overtime. That's funding that could go at a year end to surplus, and that will cover that 2 million deficit that we're gonna have if we have the same scenario as this year, that we have a deficit of 27, and the state decides to give us 21. We raise another 4, that only puts us at 25. If we're not mindful of the way we spend our funds in our budget, we're not gonna generate surplus from unspent funds to cover that deficit. And then we're gonna have the discussion again that nobody likes to have. But at this time, my vote on this budget is yes. We'll continue the discussions in finance of things that we could do, like foreclosure procedures that we keep beating and beating and beating. But until I see a list, then I'm gonna keep repeating it every meeting. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Thank you. Let me read from my prompt, like if I was in the president's office. So. But, Councilman Abdelaziz and Councilman McCoy had inspired me to pull my speech together here. I've been here 3 years and a half. Listen, Paterson, 3 years and a half. In the past administration, we had a tough budget problem. We almost had to raise $7 million, I believe, at one point. We were threatened to almost raise $13 million if the state would not bail us out. I recall that, 2016. Now, we have an administration that is moving forward to balance budget, to manage their way to work and deliver to the constituents. Now, when I see that when I took office in 2016, and that my ward was totally abandoned. And I could say that economic development is real booming in the 5th Ward. When you see that 2 Dunkin' Donuts open, one in Main Street and the other one in Market Street by 27. When you see 2 bigger stores of dollar store, Family Dollar Store, one on Main Street and one in Market Street in front of Roberto Clemente. When you see that an investor decide not to leave Paterson and invest more than $38 million in new construction in the 5th Ward, and not only yet, waiting for the armory to kick off in this year. When you see that 100+ abandoned property in the 5th Ward came out abandoned property and it's in the tax rolls, paying taxes this and time, that is a success. But that don't happen because only the administration is doing the part. It's happening because we are doing our part. Please, let's have that clear. We as legislators, we are making sure that our growth and our war are there. Councilman Adelaide does it. Councilman Jackson does it. Councilman, all of us does it. We motivate and incentive those people to come and invest in our ward. We knock doors. Come and see my ward. We are the heart. Fifth Ward is the heart that beeps, bang, other wards to people coming in the city of Paterson. Boom. You got that right. But let me tell you something. There was a section in Paterson in the Fifth Ward that was abandoned. Not a lot of people was using those warehouses. If you go to Grand Street, between Grand Street and 21st Avenue, between Railroad and Main Street, only one warehouse was working from there. Go there to Spring, Slater. You will see how many companies have come in and manufacturing in the Fifth Ward. Even we have a company that came in, a parachute company that is doing a uniform for the militaries, is coming from the Fifth Ward. Why? They see a councilman involved in the ward, and they love the ward, and they want to invest in the ward. BA, thank you for your support and endorsement. Thank you. But you know what? And this is the thing. When we have our positions out there, I explain it simple and easy. When they say our taxes, first, I tell them, are you a renter or are you a homeowner? In my ward, I have a lot of renters. Our homeowners live out of Paterson, from the Fifth Ward, because I got a lot of high-rise buildings. All right? They live in the fourth sometimes. So I explain them easy. Out of 23,000 property we have in our city that collect taxes, sometimes we, the city, had to come forward and tax liens and other to balance our budget. So sitting here is not a piece of cake. Some people probably miscommunicate everything we do, but trust me, everyone over here got elected because we have the heart to serve, we have the heart to move forward the city. If it wasn't like that, probably I would move faster to Texas, but I don't like Texas. I stay in Paterson. So ladies and gentlemen, my vote is going to be yes to this budget.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I would just like to say that, you know, looking through this, and as Councilman McCoy had said, somebody's going to give you $24 million, and you have to chip in 3. I wasn't here when Mayor Jones was mayor, and he had to lay off 125 police officers. Mm-hmm. That was so devastating to our city, and we're still recuperating from that. But I must say that sitting down, and I know that there were some things that I had said earlier that I'm looking for more stuff, but one thing I am looking for, and I think that it's going to be able to come in with this budget, is the capital improvement money for our equipment for our DPW. Lord knows the calls come in about recycling, about garbage not being picked up. Just DPW is so overloaded and overworked that sometimes it's unbelievable. By them being able to get the equipment and some of the basic equipment that they need to help put the community back to what a community needs to be. Because it's not just, even though the taxpayers are there too, we all are there. And we need services. And service is one of the major things that we need here in our town. I can remember back in 2009, and as you probably would have seen on the agenda tonight, I had about 3 properties in the 4th Ward that were on deed restriction. And what happened was these properties were built back in 2008 and 2009, where the deed restriction, they couldn't sell it. I had a developer come through my 12th Avenue where it was maybe 2 people living on a whole block. The whole block was abandoned houses. And what happened back in 2009, 2010, that's that devastation that happened in the Fourth Ward, where you looked at blocks and you might have found 3 houses with people living in it. The rest of it was abandoned. But you had someone to come in to start developing, and people started seeing that they could develop too. One of my biggest, one of my ones that I love is my Paterson Habitat, which are homeowners that are building like 13 families on Hamilton and Summer Street. But if we can just get some more of the community projects going again, and I look at the revenue increase, and I can see that we're gonna go after St. Joe's. Not say go after them, but they have to pay their fair share. I have a few nonprofits, even in my ward, that truly needs help. And I remember having a conversation that we need to have help. I will. Okay, I know. So I'm saying that for us not to say that they're gonna help us, and I hope that, as I said before, sometimes we still have to watch our spending. I've said it before to our finance chair, what goes in the finance committee meeting need to be shared with all of us before a meeting starts. It needs to be shared. But I would like to say that that once we know what we can expect and what we're looking for, because there's so many things out there. I said it before and I'll say it again. Sometimes when you get money, you don't need to spend it all. You got to save a little bit as it goes, because our deficit next year is going to be running. And our taxes, our tax levy for us, for the 2% is going towards our Board of Education, and it's going towards our open space, and it's going towards our county taxes. So we must show the state of New Jersey, to our governor, that, we're going to diligently work with our mayor and with the state of New Jersey on making sure, and Flavio, Councilman, I still keep saying it. We need that budget officer. You keep saying we don't, but somebody needs to watch this money all the time. Yep, don't say nothing. We need someone to watch our department's budgets, because that's how you can get a better control of making sure that they don't overspend. Thank you. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll be as brief as possible. There is a lot to be said about being responsible. And part of that responsibility is making sure that we do your homework properly and, at least have a clear understanding of what we're dealing with. So even if you look at page number 3 in this, on this budget, what's extremely alarming to me is the amount of kickback and pushback I get from the administration, in spite of my willingness to support or at least be responsible. I don't know about support, but when it was a very nail-biting vote, my name was on the side in the column of the A's, because understanding that there is some things that need to take place, understanding the necessity of the 2% increase because of transitional aid. But the fact of the matter is, we've been collecting transitional aid long before 10 years. And in fact, transitional aid has been very relevant in this community since Graves was the mayor. So this is nothing new. Transitional aid has been relevant since Graves was the mayor. It's been much longer than 10 years, 11 years, whatever those numbers that was quoted. But the fact of the matter is, there's still a necessity to be responsible, because despite the extremely positive outlooks of the councilman, the mayor of the 6th Ward, and the councilman of the 3rd Ward, and how booming it is, what I feel from the people who I represent is them being priced out of their own community. I hear from teachers who are paying $2,000 on park in summer. I hear from people who are paying $2,200 for 2-bedroom apartments. I hear, residents calling me constantly on how they're being unlawfully evicted, and now residents are pushing the threshold, and which, Councilman, I supported, the initiative to bring forward the rent leveling board, and this administration has yet to be responsible to make sure or at least give the ability for that rent leveling board to be operational. So what I'm getting back from my constituency is the fact that they don't even know how much longer they're going to be able to live here. And when you talk about a $400+ million increase in ratables, but residents are still receiving a substantial increase in all their taxes, whether it be from sewer bill, whether it be one-time sewer surcharge, sewer utility, and taxes across the board as well. Now, the bigger issue is the lack of services. Because when I drive through the First Ward and outside the First Ward, I don't want to name any other locations to get any backlash, it's dirty all over the city. In fact, this is the dirtiest, the most filthiest I've seen the city in the history of me living here. So when you pull 6 inspectors from a certain division that are doing their due diligence, that are creating a certain amount of enforcement rules and regulations that are desperately needed, that raises a level of an eyebrow to me. Now, relative to our councilman of the 3rd Ward, and I'll be done in less than 60 seconds. We got plenty of time, Council President. I'll leave you 5 minutes. I'll leave you 5 whole minutes. So, relative to what the councilman in the 3rd Ward is, and I've sat here and I've watched and listened and learned from him, be responsible. But let's not forget, this mayor is the one that called you out during the last campaigning situation about your responsibility and how you responsibly voted in favor of these 2% increases that's now being mandated on the community consistently as they were before. So if we're talking about being responsible, let's continue to be responsible, accountable, and honest to our voters. So, I mean, I'm willing to understand that there is a level of accountability and responsibility that this council has to do, because the council is actually the ones that have been driving these newfound increases in, all of these, luxuries that we're presenting. But how about the responsibility on the part of the administration? Hiring outside of the residency policy, consistent pay increases. I'll let it rest there because I'm interested to see. Got about 60 seconds left. I'm interested to see what Council President has to bring forward. But listen, what I do know is that the residents who have been spending the last 20 to 35 years here and more, 10, 15, they deserve a lot better treatment. Yeah, we know that developers are able to come in and making a handsome, buck off of the current condition, and we know that the city is being brokered and, divided up, and a huge benefit is going out to a lot of other people. But I would like to see our youth see that benefit and our residents from the community see that benefit. So I will stand in support because I understand that, there is a responsibility that's needed, but I am still expecting a lot more from this administration that I've yet to see. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Madam President.
Thank you. 6 minutes. There was a great councilman that sat here for many years that I have the utmost respect for. And many times he used to say, be brave, be bold, and be gone. I think all of my colleagues today have said it all. And I can sit here and piggyback off of what everything was said, but I will say this, to say that we asked for a balanced budget, and it is before us. And every council member, ward council member, and council members at large have said their piece. My finance chair, who is someone that I look up to in determining where I'm going to go in terms of my vote, okay, and I say this respectfully. Respectfully, I say it about my dean of the council as well. This is not to blow anyone's head up. But there's a reality, and it's before us, and it is that it is a balanced budget. This budget has a lot of the things that we have asked for as a council and as individuals as well. So, like Councilman Morris used to say, be brave, be gone, be brave, be bold, and be gone. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to support this balanced budget.
Thank you, Madam President. The vote is 8 in favor, 1 against. Item number 12 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much.
Move to close.
Move to close by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilwoman Mims. I know. Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the regular meeting of Tuesday, February 11th.
Yes, Madam President.
Did you want to say something, Mr. B.A.? Because I think...
No.
Because, hold up, Councilman, on a serious note, council members. Mr. B.A., is this your last meeting today?
Yes, it
is.
Yes, it is. So, Mr. B.A., I need you before, I know, Madam Clerk, before you do the roll call, I'd like Mr. B.A. to say a few words.
Well, thank you, Council President. It's certainly an honor for me to have served over this past year and a half here in the city that, I really love so much. And I want to thank the mayor for giving me this wonderful opportunity, and to thank all of you. And I know we talked about earlier welcoming people back to the city. I've always felt welcome to come back to Paterson. And although, I didn't play in a Super Bowl, I've been to 3, and I'm here to let everybody know there's more than one way to the Super Bowl. And so for me to come back here, having graduated college and, law school and business school, to use the gifts, talents, and abilities that God has given me to serve the city that gave so much to me, I don't think there's anything that anyone else can ask. And so this council, it's been one of the most challenging assignments that I've had, as a professional, but I can say that in every career opportunity that I've been blessed to participate in, I try to leave something better than when I came in. And I really feel, and you all testify to that tonight, by your 8-1 vote on the budget. And Paterson is not perfect, but Paterson is making progress. And I think the vote of confidence that you gave tonight by 8-1 demonstrates to everyone that Paterson is making progress. There is a lot of work to do, and I look forward, to continuing to work with Paterson from the outside in rather than from the inside out. And so I cherish all the relationships that I have with all of you. I want to thank my colleagues, Marge, Farah, for working with me, Kathleen and Mike Powell, if you're listening, the mayor, if you're listening. I want to thank all of you, and to my wonderful, wonderful wife who couldn't be here tonight, who really gave me the flexibility to interrupt, the career that I had to come and serve. Thank you so much. I love you. And again, Paterson, thank you for welcoming me back, even though I never left. And I will continue to serve this community because I really do believe Paterson is on the rise. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mr. B.A. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Yes, yeah. Roll call to close the regular meeting of February 11, 2020. Councilman Abdelaziz.
So, Mr. B.A., I'm going to take my closing remarks and say, I wish you nothing but the best.
Thank you.
Your 10 years when I started here also, and me and you butted heads my first meeting here, and thank God no one was in the room where we're screaming at each other and yelling. But it shows, and hence we got Buckley Park out of that. So look at the end result. That's how it started, and you've taken some issues that has been kicked down the road, right? The can has been kicked down the road, and you came in here, and I think that's what the city needed, to come in here and have someone that's gonna try to get to the finish line or past the goal line. I'll use some of the football terms. And you know, it's a testament to, you know, in the beginning, we had to talk, and I'm close by, so we talk a lot, and I've seen you evolve, and it shows by the last budget vote. Budget votes in the city of Paterson, you could ask Jay, they fail, city shutting down, this and that, and it's to your leadership and your staff, and I wish you nothing but the best. I know you're gonna go and open up your business, and I already told you the 6th Ward is a great place for law firms. It's we have many lawyers, but we'll find you something. If you know, come on down over there. It's a great location, and I look forward to seeing you around. And I know you're not gonna leave Paterson because it has never left you before. Good luck. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just would like to say to our BA, Mr. Vaughn McCoy, I wish you well, you know, and I just love it because I could just come downstairs at any time and to see you, and, you know, and that's what working together means, coming down together and talking with each other. I didn't have to make an appointment. I didn't need to do that because most of the time you try not to stay long, but to me, you always need that open door, and I gotta say that you always gave that open door to me whenever I came down, and even your 2 ladies sitting next to me, they had the open door. I come downstairs, you know, so that is so important. So I wish you well. Your venture out there next. Don't forget about Paterson. I know you won't, but you'll be around. We'll see you somewhere.
Coming to the 6th Ward.
Oh, yeah, but I know that you'll be around. So it's been a pleasure. I really did not know you before you got here. But I can see why everybody did love you, Vaughn, because you came through that era with those other people. So I enjoy that. I just need to make one announcement, Madam Clerk. My Interfaith Performing Arts Center is having our annual Black History Contest, Art and Essay, at the museum. You can drop off, and it's from K through 12th grade. You can drop them off to the museum on February the 20th from 2 to 4. We will be there. We will judge it. Our program will be that next Friday, the 28th, at the museum from 4 to 6. So please, I encourage you, if you have not gotten it from your schools, it's there now. But just ask your child's teacher, what about that Interfaith Performance Arts Center,
Councilwoman.
Arts and Essay Contest, and it's a cash prize with it. You know, we give out money when we have contests, so I want you out there to please encourage your children to please participate in that, or just call my office if you need any more information.
Awesome.
Madam Clerk,
Yes, ma'am.
my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman McCoy.
I got to meet before that.
Yes, good night.
No, I got to
Councilman
meet
Mims?
before my set.
Just quickly, I've known our BA from School 21, so I've known him from grammar school. High school, we graduated a year apart from Eastside High School, and then to see you come back and do so many amazing things here in the city of Paterson, had the opportunity to be on the school board when your amazing wife worked in our Human Resources Department, doing an amazing job. Thank you for all that you've done for our city. Thank you for the things that will continue even as you transition out of this role but into the other, but still having your hands on Paterson. Thank you for everything. I know God has an assignment for you, and it's not that you're doing it because of money or power or influence. God has already given you all of that. You've done it because it's just a matter of the assignment and what the purpose of God. So just a couple of announcements. This Saturday is my free empowerment seminar. We have Senator Ronald Rice coming for Black History Month. The theme is a seat at the table. Please come out to the Integrity Masonic Temple from 9 to 11 a.m. And it's free, light refreshments. Saturday, March the 7th is my Women Who Rock Awards breakfast from 9 to 12. There are 11 amazing women that have done amazing work in Paterson that will be honored at the Lenive's restaurant. The cost is $50. Please save the date on June 13th. This year, African American Parade breakfast And then on June 20th is the African American Parade. I want to thank the committee for unanimously voting me as the Grand Marshal this year for the African American Parade. I want to also congratulate Under Sheriff Darrell Walton, Deputy Grand Marshal Harvey Nutter, and the Honorary Grand Marshal Roger G. Greer. Thank you so much. God bless you, and my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
So Vaughn, so the first month on the job, I said, well, I gotta have a sit down with Vaughn because he's not gonna last, you know, he's not gonna, you're gonna get sick. Like the way things were going on the first month was ugly, but I gotta also tell you, and I told you this earlier before the vote, very impressed. I've been watching council meetings forever, right? And I've never seen an adopted budget 8-1, right? So that's impressive. And we went from you not having the vote tonight to having 8 votes. Now that, I don't think we're gonna see again. I just wanna put that on the record. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Do we have quorum sit in the chair?
Can you please?
Yeah, please. Vam, you know, thank you for understanding me. And understanding the passion that I have to serve in the city of Paterson. And I learned from you, you know, and one of the things I learned is be patient in your answers. And you learn a lot. I learn a lot. I learn a lot. Thank you for being my friend. Hopefully you keep the phone number still, and I could call you for any advice because we all need advice. And thank you for your short service in the city of Paterson. Okay? And I always say when I see you, please don't go, right? So thank you for that. I know that Kathleen Long has learned a lot with your tenure here. So, and also the relation is going to continue in behalf of the administration. I just want to say a special happy birthday to a 10-year company, GACM, Florio Management. Happy birthday and your 10th anniversary that is today. Why I take the opportunity for this? Because, listen, you could like him, you could hate him, you could love him, but he has invested in the city of Paterson, and I have a lot of respect. I don't care how many people say out there that a lot of things, but I have a lot of respect when a person invests in our city. So, happy birthday, Shaw Florio, JCM, and all the employees that have made this city wonderful with your investment and the quality of life that you want to bring for all wards. I wasn't here for Black History Month. I want to say to the Council President and to the colleagues, thank you for acknowledging that I was in Puerto Rico. The donation of every one of you was donated to individuals directly in the affected area from the O's earthquake. So I want to say happy Black History Month to all of you. And also, I just want to say also to the Dominican community, happy Dominican Heritage Month. That also falls in February. So God bless you all. Councilwoman Dr. Lalissa Min, congratulations in your honoree being a Grand Marshal of the you know, I wish that would be like the Valentine's Day. You could get somebody that, you know, yeah, you have a day already?
All right, Councilman.
So it's not like a Valentine's Day. You choose a king and a queen, but it's only one.
Councilman, vote, please.
I'm black too, yo. Oh.
Councilman,
Yeah.
vote.
Oh, I'll say. So my vote is yes. Good night, everyone.
Okay.
Oh, hold on, Councilwoman.
Madam President?
I forgot something. Next Wednesday on the 20th, I have a tax forum, property tax forum. Those individuals want to take the opportunity to come and learn about the process, how you could lower the taxes in your property at the new Roberto Clemente School at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council President, Madam Clerk, before you rush off, I was reluctant in saying to my cousin, who is not related to me, Vaughn McCoy, how much of a pleasure and a privilege it has been to work with you and to see you work your magic. You really improve the process. And as we say, you know, you're the real McCoy.
Madam President, your vote.
So there's a saying, save the best for last? No, just kidding. So before I vote, and everyone has said it here, at some point or another, there was, some butting of heads. But I do want to say thank you. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your dedication to our city. Thank you for coming back. I heard you ain't leaving. But continue to do what you're doing, and I learned from you, and I think, that's what it's about. We don't always have to agree. We can agree to disagree, and it be respectful, and at the end of the day, it's about coming to the middle. So I want to thank you for your time with us, and I look forward to what the next step is going to be, all right? To all the council members, Councilman Rivera will be sending an invitation to all the council members as he is spearheading this year's 176th Independence celebration for Dominican heritage, and that is going to be on Thursday, February 27th at 6 o'clock here in the chambers. It's going to be a nice event. I so appreciate Councilman Vela's wife, who is coming with her group, Latino, Herencia Latina. So I'm looking forward to what Councilman Rivera is putting together. So just a reminder to Councilman Rivera to send the invitations. No, there's not, there's the committee he chose a few of the honorees. We're not going to do like we've done in the past, with Hispanic heritage, with African heritage. No, it's going to be a few Dominican leaders. It'll be a long program, and so it's going to be condensed as it was last year as well.
You say it's going to be long?
It's not going to be.
Right, I remember. Huh? I didn't hear you.
No.
No, the Hispanic month we do.
Right, for Hispanic heritage, but for Dominican heritage, for Independence Day, that has not been the case. Okay, not saying that we can't do it, but I don't want to get into that discussion. But Councilman Rivera will be sharing that information with everyone, okay? Madam Clerk, thank you. Thank you, Paterson. Good morning. Good night. My vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. The regular meeting of February 11, 2020 is hereby adjourned. Good night, everyone. Good night.